right. Good afternoon. Hey, come on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank y'all for being here. If I can ask all our colleagues on the commission to make your way to the dais. Who are we missing? All right, Madam Clerk. It appears that we have a quorum. The time is now 2:10 p.m. on this Tuesday, July the 21st. I call this meeting to order. I will explain our guest in just a moment. Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
At this time, we will have our invocation shared with us today by Pastor Reese Leroy, lead pastor of the Vineyard Church of Augusta. Mayor Johnson will now introduce our guest, who will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, we're fortunate to have two groups visiting us today from the School Aid Center out at Fort Gordon, being led by Mr. Gerald Arnett and Rosa Miller. And then the Director of Child Care Network, her name is Deanna Hanna and Kiera Crawford. Thank you guys for coming, being part of your government day and blessing us with your presence. And we're going to ask them to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after the prayer. Thank you so much. Pastor, the floor is yours. Please stand.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to come and lead today in prayer. Would you join me in prayer? Father, Son, Holy Spirit, we thank you for this day that you have given us. We thank you for breath and for life and for all the blessings that you have entrusted to us. We pray that you would help us to be good stewards of every good gift that you give. Lord, in accordance with your word, we come and we pray for our leaders at every level, federal, state, and local. Father, I pray that you would bless our mayor and the commissioners as they take all of these orders of business today, that you would give them wisdom and discernment and insight. And Lord, thank you for just all that you are doing in the Augusta community. We pray your blessings. We pray that you would lead us into the good and prosperous future that you have for us. And Lord, we pray that we would be people who love mercy, who act justly, and who walk humbly with our God. And I pray these things today in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right. Students, if you will, face to the right. The flag is to your right. And we're going to ask you guys to lead us to your right. Please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor, thank you so much for that prayer. Now I'm going to ask my colleagues, if you will join me down, let's get a picture with these students. That will be phenomenal. Come on. It don't matter. Come on.
You want to get behind them? Yeah.
I was coming to you. I ain't, how y'all doing?
You want to get back here?
Everybody stand in here. Get in here.
Tina, you got to go up front.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for our future leaders. Thank you all so much for being here.
Pastor Leroy, is he still in the chamber? Please come. Pastor, as you make your way forward, thank you for putting us in remembrance of God's promise to us. Thank you. By these presents be it known that Pastor Reese Leroy, lead pastor of the Vineyard Church of Augusta, is our chaplain of the day. May your spiritual guidance and unwavering leadership continue to bring strength and blessings to the citizens of Augusta. Given under my hand this day, 21st day of July, 2026, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Pastor, thank you so much for that prayer, and thank you for being here today. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to the recognition portion of our agenda. Let's proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Item A, years of service recognition. Recognize employees celebrating 25 to 50 years by our HR Director, Ms. Anita Rickard, and staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, Administrator, and Madam Clerk. It is, first of all, my name is Anita Rickard, the HR Director with the City of Augusta, and it is with great joy and pleasure that we are going to recognize our years of service recipients today. For the years of service recipients in the first quarter of 2026. For the first quarter of 2026, we had 61 employees celebrating 5 to 50 years of service with Augusta. The total years of service and institutional knowledge being celebrated is 825 years. Yes. This afternoon, we're going to recognize our 25 to 50 years of service. So to the recipients, when I call your name, please make your way up to the front with the mayor. Michael Gabe, Utilities, 25 years. Michelle Wren, Sheriff's Office, 25 years. Robert Bryant, Jr., Sheriff's Office. She's not here. Is that Michelle? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get Michelle first. I'm so sorry. I'm moving too fast. Michelle Wren, the Sheriff's Office, 25 years. Let me spread the colors. Robert Bryant, Jr., Sheriff's Office, 30 years. Anthony Reynolds, Fire Department, 30 years. James Lester, Jr., Engineering, 30 years. Bernie Hardin, Jr., Sheriff's Office, 30 years. Doreen Holmes, Procurement, 30 years. William Rhodes, Jr., Sheriff's Office, 30 years. Tytron Bush, Sheriff's Office, 35 years. Judy Blackstone, Finance Risk Management, 35 years. Susan Epps, Sheriff's Office, 35 years. Michelle Gilliard, Civil Court, 40 years. Again, congratulations to all of our years of service recipients.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for more than 800 years of service. Madam Clerk, we're going to give them a second to clear out of chambers.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk. Next delegation item, please.
Yes, sir. Our next delegation, item B, recognition, Mr. Brenson Judon, selected as Augusta Technical College 2026 College Gold winner. Presenters, Dr. Kendricks Hooker, Augusta Technical College.
Thanks so much, Madam Clerk. This item is being led by Commissioner Don Clark. He is in the queue. I yield the floor to the commissioner from the field, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great day to recognize one of our up-and-coming leaders in this community. Mr. Brenson Judon happens to also be the son of our airport director, Mr. Herbert Judon, and his lovely wife, Satanya Judon. But this is a proud day that we're able to recognize someone with such a bright future, someone that has really gone above and beyond in his scholastic abilities and pursuits. And you're the runner-up in the entire state as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we wanted to take time in the midst of everything that we have going on. And can we help and celebrate this fine young man on his great accomplishments? And he did all of this at one of the best technical schools in the entire state, which we proudly have and affectionately know as Augusta Technical College. Help me bring up Mr. Brenson Judon and his family.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. It truly is an honor to be recognized by the city that I work tirelessly, every hour of every day to serve as, with the most integrity and honesty as possible. And, really, I also want to extend a thank you to Augusta Technical College. My instructor, Ms. Sherry Rowe, is back there. My director of campus life and recruitment is back there, Mr. Quentin White. I want to extend a thank you to my leadership at Augusta Technical College. Unfortunately, President Hooker couldn't be here today, but thank you to him as well. Thank you to my leadership at WRDW. Mr. Gary's back there. Thank you to my colleagues and coworkers at WRDW. Ms. Sydney Hood is back there. And lastly, I want to say, you know, Augusta has not only given me work, but they've given me the people that are worth doing the work for. And I look forward to not only continuing my impact, but above all else, I look forward to continuing to serve my peers and my community. So thank you all so much for this recognition. It means the world to me.
Thank you. You want everybody? Everybody? Oh, y'all gotta come back and want another picture, according to the commissioner. You want a picture? You want everybody down?
I know that's a, I ain't doing that.
All right, Madam Clerk, congratulations. Another round of applause for Mr. Judons, doing great work at Augusta Technical College. Madam Clerk, ladies and gentlemen, we know today is going to be a spirited day and that we have a very long list of delegation items. Actually, there's a little over a dozen of them. We're going to companion items, colleagues, number 8 and 30. And what we're going to do is we're going to companion those delegation items that also reflect those who want to speak regarding delegation, and we're going to put those towards the end so that hopefully we can get out of here, get the people's business done first, and then address items number 8 and number 30. And as I count, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 delegation items that will go with those, and each delegation will be given an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes before we address items number 8 and number 30. All right? So, Madam Clerk, let's move on with the delegations. I think that's going to take us to item F. I think Ms. Zakia Mabry wants to talk about lessons in public governance, Part 1, transparency. Doing delegations. Yeah.
Yeah, he just skipped the ones for data center.
The ones for data centers, we're going to combine those when we address items number 8 and number 30. Item F. And then we'll go to item F, N, O, P, Q, R, and S. All right.
Give me a moment to get situated. I didn't know I was going to be coming right at this moment.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. If you will state for the name, your name and place of residence.
My name is Zakia Mabry, and I reside in Richmond County.
Thank you.
The first lesson in public governance is that transparency is not one-way communication. We continue to hear that the data centers was new in 2022, and Augusta is just now learning as it goes. But Google was officially founded in 1998. It's important that I point that out because I'll wait. Can we stop the clock while I'm waiting? Okay. By 2022, government employees, planning professionals, and elected officials had access to decades of publicly available research, professional guidance, and examples from other jurisdictions concerning digital infrastructure and large-scale data center development. We could have used Google, right? The issue is whether the right questions were being asked for the approximately 211 acres that were zoned and before this project advanced to its current stage. I'm very encouraged to see over about a dozen people coming today to talk about the data center. This is not a Zakia issue. It's not a Hang Station issue. This is a concern for the whole of the Augusta County and the CSRA in Georgia. There's room for many voices, leaders, and approaches. We may not agree on every goal or strategy, but we can identify where there is alignment and we can work together. Now, after major decisions have already been made, city officials are preparing to visit and tour a QTS data center in Fayetteville, Georgia on 3 August. Community leaders and residents who are directly impacted and community leaders should have the opportunity to attend and be part of the discussion and while the information is being gathered. If public funds are being used for any part of this, we should have an itemized list of how it's being done and the agenda for said meeting and tour. I also want to point out that I recently learned that a federal public comment period concerning the proposed impacts of wetlands, streams, and other protected resources ran from 10 February to 12 March of this year. Mind you, we had the QTS and Augusta Town Hall at the elementary school on the 11th of February. Most residents had no practical reason to know that we should have looked on the federal agency website for that opportunity listing. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is still accepting substantive comments, so if some of the members in the public want to hold up the QR codes, if you come see one of us, you can scan that, and when we're having a session on 12 August, you can be invited. In addition, we can send you information about where to submit your comments for that open period because they're still accepting information. By Friday, we hope to have that email out, and please give us your contact information. I just want to add that transparency requires disclosure, equal access to relevant information, meaningful opportunities to ask questions, get a meaningful substance response, and a clear record showing how the public concerns are affected in the final decision. Many citizens would agree the city needs to implement better governance and oversight. I respectfully ask that the moratorium be extended for 180 days so we can take a thorough look at the ordinance and receive public feedback and implement it along with some other agencies. To every resident, advocate, professional, citizen, community leader, let us collaborate and work together. Mr. Mayor, at this time, I want to yield the rest of my 2 minutes to Deborah Estep for a few more remarks.
Ma'am, you have 1 minute.
Okay.
Ms. Estep.
Good evening. I'm speaking in support of government transparency as well, and I want to name the part of transparency no one talks about, the language itself. We're told public information is public, and technically it is, but there's a wide gap between information that exists and information a resident can actually find, read, and understand. And that gap is where accountability quietly disappears. Because when the rules that govern us are written in vague gray language where what's allowed depends less on a clear standard and more on how an official chooses to read it in the moment, power has moved.
30
It
seconds.
moves from the people to the person doing the interpreting, and the benefit of the doubt goes to the official. The burden lands on the citizen, and that shift almost never gets announced. So it asks this body to hold itself to a simpler test. Not was it technically permitted, but was it clear? And did it serve the people who live here? That's not a high bar, that's the standard. And everyone watching who feels like this is too big a change, it isn't. We're already fixing it. Citizen-run gatherings Saturday at 6 in person and remote, where residents can track what's happening. That's in the handout I've left on the table. Take one, take a stack, and share it with your neighbors, your family, and the people who felt shut out. Because fixing this starts with us trusting each other enough to talk.
Ms. Estep, that's time. Thank you so much for being here. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to delegation item N, please.
Ms. Lorena Pope Mathis regarding holding property owners accountable for rental properties that is being neglected as it relates to the Richmond County Code of Ordinances.
Thank you so much. Ms. Pope Mathis, welcome to the Augusta Richmond County Municipal Building. If you will, for the record, please state your name and your place of residence, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lorena Pope Mathis, and I reside in the Sandy Ridge subdivision community since February the 3rd, 1987.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I come before you today, want to draw attention to slumlords. It's not where you live, it's how you live. And overgrown properties, basketball goals in the street. I have witnessed there's people that have moved from our community to Columbia County, Aiken, North Augusta, Atlanta, Florida, and have forgot about the upkeep of the structure and the property. It appears they only care about the money. And with this, it brings other nuisance that's a violation to the Richmond County Code and Ordinance. Overgrown lots, basketball goals in the court. I live on a court. It has turned our court into a basketball court where you have 7 to 10 kids at a time, maybe more, ignoring neighbors, loud noise, cussing, running throughout people's yards, throwing basketballs in the yard. Now with the overgrown, I need clarification, please, on the 12-inch rule, because I've seen it where there is a property that is cited as in compliance, that says in compliance to Richmond County Code and Ordinance. A property across the street, same condition, is out of compliance. And I would like to know how the 12-inch rule is administered. I would also like to see a uniform code across the board concerning basketball goals. I have seen throughout the years I have been in Sand Ridge remarkable and unremarkable changes throughout the years. I thank Richmond County, my commissioners, and everyone that worked to keep our community safe and clean. I thank you today for this opportunity to stand here today and cite my grievances. Your attention to these matters will be highly, highly received, and the residents, we only want in South Augusta to be heard, to listen to first, heard, and respected. Thank you again for your time.
Ms. Pope Mathis, thank you so much. And I want to point out, I don't see our planning director, Ms. Cameron. She's directly behind you. She will put you in touch with the appropriate personnel to get your questions answered, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk. Item O, please.
Item O, Dr. Lawrence L. Freeman regarding Operation Cleanup, City of Augusta, Georgia for District 1 and surrounding districts for a cleaner and better Augusta.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Do we need to use the mobile mic or does you, okay. You got it. All right. Thank you. All right. Mr. Freedom, for the record, please state your name and your place of residence, please, sir.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dr. Lawrence L. Freeman, Jr., a.k.a. Law Dog, and I live at 534 Laney Walker Boulevard over in the Allen Homes, over on the Golden Block.
Mr. Freeman, Dr. Freeman, you have the floor in 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. I would like to thank Charles Jenkins and Commissioner McKnight for this president. If James Brooks, are you in the building? Yes. Coming up, we was talking about. I understand it's a better Operation Cleanup, and I would like to thank Marie Bolton and Lieutenant Brooks, Mr. Jenkins, and Mr. McKnight had helped did this. Now, I want to let y'all know that we got Augusta, right? You know, it's the second largest, but like Ms. Pope was saying, you know, overgrown weeds. And I remember y'all was talking about the right of way. Well, I already talked with someone over at the at Finney Road when I was riding around. And thank you, Jordan, for putting your video up. I saw, but you know, with the fly up, you know, when you look at the city from up high and then the city up there, it looked like a beautiful place to stay, right? But when you get into it, like on East Boundary, Laney Walker, which is the Golden Blocks, and not only that, surrounding areas like Meadowbrook Park, Bar and Chapel Road, you know, weeds blowing up. Yeah, the people's is, and plus I had talked with the Augusta Canal folks. He didn't get back with me yet about trying to clean up the canal. You got overgrown trees locked down, and then right down Lane and Walker Boulevard with Twig Street, you got the power is right there. It's undisposed. Kids could walk it up and down going to the store. Electrical something might shock them. And who's gonna be held accountable? And you know, yeah, we got all these overgrown trees around Miss Stacy Pulliam's 2nd District and surrounding. I brought some reinforcement right here to let's see what we gonna do about this. And they was like, yeah, we'll love to help clean up. So I'm gonna let y'all talk.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Everybody.
Madam Warden.
I'm Marie Bolton, the Deputy Warden at Richmond County Correctional Institution. I had the honor of speaking with Mr. Freeman the other day. Nice to meet you, sir. I have Lieutenant James Brooks here with me. We want to help in any way that we can with this endeavor that Mr. Freeman has mentioned. And we are willing to do so. We are. Just like everyone else, we're trying to make do with our strapped staff. But I spoke with Mr. Freeman and shared that as we can, we will be able to pull from one detail to possibly help clean up the area that he's speaking of, but we just can't commit to it wholeheartedly because we are strapped at this time for staffing, but we are working on that endeavor as well. Lieutenant Brooks has been gracious enough that if I ask him to help us out, we'll find a way to satisfy Mr. Freeman as best we can.
Deputy Warden, thank you so much. Operation City Cleanup is an effort that occurs now every other Saturday, and it's a collaborative effort between the City of Augusta, the Sheriff's Department, the Marshal's Office, the State Court, where we have our probationers are given the opportunity of getting 2 hours for 1 hour of work on Saturday between 8 and 12. So it's not only a way for probationers to work off hours. If anybody in the community that wants to be a part of keeping Augusta clean, Operation City Cleanup every other Saturday happens. I'm going to vouch for the Canal Authority in that just this past Saturday they had a cleanup of the river and the canal. I think it was a paddle cleanup where they collected bags and bags of trash. So they did their community effort this past weekend. But Dr. Freeman, thank you so much for being here. Yes, sir.
But what about like the down trees? And also, we understand y'all doing an Operation Cleanup, and we thank everybody, but we need to get all the organizations like the school, baseball team, band, ROTCs, you know, to get them, because they be going to raise funds too. That'd be a good way for them. But we're not just trying, we know y'all, but look on Facebook where y'all see disgusting. Come on, y'all. Let's make Augusta that right, man.
Yes, sir. All right. Dr. Freeman, thank you so much. Ms. Bolton, thank y'all so much for all that you do. Appreciate you being here today, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk. think that takes us to item P, please.
P. Item P, Ms. Rebecca N. Shores regarding the Augusta Veterans Day Parade.
All right, Ms. Shores, are you in the building? Rebecca Shores calling 2 times in the event that she's outside. Ms. Shores, you're going to give up 5 minutes that I know someone would love to have today. Madam Clerk, there is no Ms. Shores. Let's move on to item Q, please.
Q. Item Q, Ms. Teresa Ivy, special exception 261H of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to establish a family personal care home at 3120 Blackman Court.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Is that item Q? That's on the agenda too. Can we need to get, we'll proceed with her.
No,
Ms. Ivy,
yeah, she's the delegation regarding.
if you will, for the record, please state your name and place of residence.
Yes, Teresa Michelle Ivy,
All right. I see
Augusta, Richmond County.
you have a companion with you, ma'am. Are you going to be presenting, if you will, for the record? It's the same, please.
Octavia Collins, President of the Richmond County Neighborhood Association Alliance, Inc.
Thank
And I
you.
live in Richmond County.
Thank you so much. Ms. Ivy, you have the floor in 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I'm speaking on behalf of SE 2611 that was denied initially, and I'm here to continue to confirm the Commissioners will deny it again. Just a high level, I want to reiterate that that property next to the proposed site has been my family's home since 1995. Over the past 3 decades, 4 generations of our family have lived, grown, and built lasting memories there. It is more than just a piece of property. It is the foundation of our family legacy. The legacy that we have built is not measured by financial wealth, but by our faith, our values, and strong family bonds that have been passed down from one generation to the next. We hope to continue that tradition and preserve this home for the next generation, which will be our 5th generation, that will be contributing citizens to Augusta, Richmond County. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and the opportunity to speak today. I sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy. Ms. Collins, would you like to add anything additional?
Yes, thank y'all so much. As each of you know, we have been battling this for a while now pertaining to businesses in residential areas. And as you know, personal care homes are businesses. So the Planning Commission did deny this, and we're prayerful that you will deny it as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for being here. Sir, I see you. Is this gentleman part of your delegation?
Yeah.
Sir, you're not on the delegation.
I'm representing opening the group home under 3120.
You will have an opportunity when we address it on the regular scheduled agenda item, okay? You have that opportunity. All right. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to delegation item R, please. Yes.
Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce, organizational overview and benefits to the community. Speakers Ronnie West, Johnny Gregory, Matthew Frazier.
All right. Been asking you guys get ready to sing or something. I think they're gonna rap. Those are rappers there, Commissioner from the floor. All right. Madam President West, you have the floor. If you will, state your name and who you represent today.
Hello, Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ronique West, President, co-founder of the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce. I was asked to present an update of the Chamber and what we offer to the community here in the CSRA. So if you didn't know, well, thank you, Commissioners and Mayor, for your time today, and the guests in the audience as well. If you didn't know, today, this year is 2026. The time is now is our theme. We choose a theme every year so we can just motivate the community, motivate the leaders, and so forth. Our mission is to foster economic stability for businesses through advocacy, education, networking, discovery, and strategic partnerships. And our areas of focus is business, community, and government. We consider ourselves the conduit between the three. Now, if you didn't know, we are based in Augusta, but we cover the entire CSRA. Now, before I get into what we do for the community and an update, I can't do this without our team. So if you see the lovely faces up here on this slide and the next slide, you probably know them because they're always working within the community doing things. So now our members, these are pictures from this year's events. We had a kickoff event. We also had our annual gala, and we always do annual awards here at the organization. I just want to talk about the collaborations and how we are carrying out our actual mission. So your Chamber of Commerce, which started in 2017, this is our 9th year. We have partners with chambers throughout the U.S., school systems throughout the CSRA, corporate and banking partners, local, state, and federal government, business entities, community organizations, and the community alike. This is a little time on our annual report. This is on our website, so you can pull this information yourself. We have an open rate of our email communication, about 60%. We have text communications that go out on a regular basis to our community, not just our members. We have a nice following on our social media platforms. We want to make sure we're a conduit for the community in communication to get things out and educate the community. Our membership sits about 229 members at the end of 2025. We have about 85% retention rate, and we run a lot of programming and advocacy as well. So I want to highlight our training initiatives. That was something when I was asked or kind of volunteered to build the organization. I said I will do it if we have training as a strong component. So I want to report today we have ran 8 programs, led over 92 classes, trained and provided technical assistance to thousands of business owners right here in the CSRA, and direct capital of over $600,000 to business owners in this area. So we are really doing our mission at this point. Just behind the headlines, we do things like ribbon cuttings, events, economic monthly impact call. We also do a member-only monthly call. We have community partner events, internal staff meetings, of course, and our weekly newsletter, which a lot of people do enjoy. Just a couple things for 2026, and we're going into 2027. We've already held our first program for this year and closed it out. It was the SBR grant program that was powered by Governor Kemp. We have done a Georgia State Capitol visit already this year. We have business floods, which we're bringing back. We try that every year. That's where we encourage the community to come out and support locally owned businesses. We do strategic planning sessions with our leadership training. We have an annual gala that's already hosted. Our women's and men's brunch has already occurred. We've had several networking events, partner events with chambers throughout the CSRA and so forth. Our Black Business Summit comes up in August, which is the Black Business Month, as next month as well. We have an energy conference that we are working on to make sure we address data centers, nuclear energy, as well as renewable energy. That will be happening this September. So we are always advocating and making sure we're addressing the things that are most pertinent for our community. We also just got funded through our GABC Foundation for a Rural Business Initiative, and that was powered by Senator Ossoff. So just some strategic initiatives that we have for 2026. Access to starting and working capital is always one of our strategic initiatives. Advocacy throughout the U.S. Business education and support, childcare access and affordability is an area that we cover between Georgia and South Carolina. We've been having talks around that for the last 3 years. Artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, and then insurance, affordability, and access. We have now been deemed as a risk factor for insurance because of Hurricane Helene. So we have actually been meeting about that.
1 minute.
And if you want to connect with the chamber, you can contact us at 706-310-8425, and our email's up above, and you can go to our website, and we would love to continue to service the community. So contact us if you have any questions, and then Matthew and Johnny have a presentation.
All right. Gentlemen, if you will, for the record, please state your name and place of residence, please.
Matthew Frazier, Augusta, Georgia, District 5. All right. And as a member of the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce, we held our annual Men in Business brunch. The theme was centered around legacy and leadership. The event celebrated outstanding men whose leadership, service, and dedication are creating a lasting impact throughout our community. While several honorees were recognized during the brunch, one recipient was unable to join us, so it's our privilege to present this award here this afternoon in this commission meeting. And it was our Unsung Hero Award. This recognizes individuals who consistently serve others behind the scenes. They are the people who rarely seek recognition, but are always willing to help when their community needs them. They lead through humility, service, and action. This year's Unsung Hero recipient is none other than Don D.C. Curry. It's my privilege and honor to Clark. I'm sorry.
D.C. Curry.
That's what you get for the rap group comment. So we wanted to present Don D.C. Clark with our 2026 Unsung Hero Award. Congratulations.
I thought D.C. Curry was going to tell us some jokes. Up here.
You didn't put it on there, did you?
No. We didn't do that. We didn't do that too.
Congratulations. Want to do a picture? Let's take a picture. What are we doing?
Thank you, President West, and all the great work you do at the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce. Your work is noted and appreciated. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to delegation item S. Yes.
S, are we there?
Item S.
Item S, Ms. Patricia Jeter, confirm and discuss the creation of a commercial corridor enhancement and storefront improvement program.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Jeter. Thank you for being here. For the record, please state your name and your place of residence, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished mayor and commissioners. My name is Patricia Jeter at 4103 4102 Elders Drive.
Madam, you have the floor and 5 minutes.
Okay, I submitted an amendment to this agenda item to make some comments about the data center. And I would like to...
If that's the case, we will allow you, but can we get through and we'll add you with the other group, okay?
Okay.
So just give us a little time. Let's get through it, and I promise you get your 5 minutes.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to tie it in a little bit to this, but, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
I'm here today in regards to...
So are you going to present now, or are you going to wait with the data center? You going to present on the topic of the commercial corridor? It has to be relevant to this.
It does have some relevancy in regards to aesthetic values as far as the surrounding structures, how it impacts the surrounding residential areas. And
is it referring to the data center, though?
Yes.
So can we wait and put you with the other group, if that's okay?
Well,
so
that portion is yes. You want me to do the whole thing with them?
Yes, if you don't mind, yes.
Because it's not just the data center, it's in regards to Title VII, the construction, building construction and compliance. Did you?
Yeah, let's put you in with all the other data
buildings
center,
and construction, the importance of enforcement.
Yeah, let's put you in with the data center group, okay?
Okay, all right.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jeter. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on to the consent portion. Let's kind of clean up some of these things. So because I know most of the conversation is going to be driven around the data centers, items 8 and 30. So we're going to open up the consent portion of this meeting, see if we can clean up a little bit. For the record, do we need to read any of the planning or ordinances? Well, let's just go through the consent portion. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, agenda item number 33, we already handled last week, so we'll need to delete it off this.
Yes, sir. We have that added to the consent. 33 and 38 is requested to be deleted.
33.
Okay, number 38?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
33. and 38. All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. On the consent agenda, I got several calls about number 1, and I'd like to pull that.
All right. Colleagues, the request has been to pull item number 1.
Mr. Mayor, before we go through, can we do the announcement on the planning and zoning?
Yes, ma'am. Let's
To
proceed.
see if we have other
Yes, ma'am.
objectors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Call your attention to the consent portion of our agenda, our planning items. If there are any objectors to any of our planning petitions, would you please signify your objection once the petition is read? Call your attention to item number 2. It's a request for rezoning from a heavy industrial and a light industrial to a Zone B2 general business affecting property located at 3010A Walker Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to 3010A Walker Street? Madam Clerk, hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 3 is a request to amend a B2 general business from Zone Z 07104 to establish an automotive service station and repair garage for specialty vehicles. Are there any located at 1650 Barton Chapel Road? Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to 1650 Barton Chapel Road? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Okay. Item number 4 is a request to amend a B2 general business zoning conditions from zoning case Z07104 to establish an automotive service station and repair garage for specialty vehicles on property located at 1650 Barton Chapel Road. Are there any objectors?
Is that the same one, Madam Clerk? I think that's a duplicate. 3 and 4 duplicates?
Item
3 and 4 duplicates, obviously. It's the same address and actually same number.
with no objectors.
With no objectors. All right. Let's move, let's move on to item 5.
Okay. Item number 5, it's a zoning ordinance to establish a family personal care home, property located 3120 Blackman Court, Zone 1A. Are there any objectors?
3120 Blackman Court. I see one.
Deny.
I got to see your hand so we can count them, please.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's recommending to deny.
This is a recommendation to deny. So if you want this to deny, I need to see your hand so we can count them, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have 15 of 16, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
To deny. Okay.
All right. Item number 6, it's a request to amend a B2 general business zoning conditions from zoning case Z2256 to establish a convenience store on property located at 1602 Gordon Highway. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to 1602 Gordon Highway? I don't see any.
Okay.
Let's continue.
That takes us to item number 7. It's a request on the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish an extended stay hotel on property located at 1310A Walker Street. Are there any objectors?
1310A Walker Street. Any objectors? Hearing or seeing none. Let's continue.
Okay. Under our public service portion of the agenda, if there are any objectors to our alcohol petitions, would you please signify your objections once the petition is read? Call your attention to item number 12. It's a request on consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license and Sunday sales for property located at 127 Laney Walker Boulevard Extension. Are there any objectors?
127 Laney Walker Boulevard. Madam Clerk, I don't see any objectors.
Okay. Item number 13 is a request for consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license and Sunday sales, property located at 2706 Gordon Highway. Are there any objectors?
2706 Gordon Highway. Madam Clerk, I don't hear or see any.
Okay. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 29 with deletion of items 33 and 38.
We've asked to pull item 1 by the commissioner from the 9th. Item 5 has the petitioner here with objectors. It's already a denial.
Pull 8. Yes, the mayor asked for 8.
There you go. 1-5.
Well, yeah, 8 is going to be considered along with the data centers.
That is correct. 8 and
companion
30.
with item 30.
Item 30. That is
Yes.
correct. We have the petitioner here. All right, let's get back to it. Commissioner from the 1st, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to add item number 40 to the consent agenda. Yes,
40,
ma'am.
sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 40. All right, can we also ask for 41 to be included?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What was that mean?
40 and 41?
41.
And
Yes, sir.
40 and 41, okay. Thank you, Commissioner from the 1st. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I'd like to pull item number 19. I have a couple of questions.
All right,
Number 19, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
that's item number 19. Okay, thank you, Commissioner from the 2nd. Commissioner Brandon Garrett, or he's out of the queue. Commissioner Garrett, I see you were in the queue, you back in. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to consent items 31, 32, and 34.
31, 32, and 34.
34. Okay. Commissioner Jordan from the 1st.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to pull number 15 for a few questions.
Number 15.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. It's item 15. All right. Commissioner Garrett from the 8th.
I'd like to add item 36
36.
and make a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 8th. 36, and there's a motion to approve. Before I go to Commissioner Clark, is there a second to that motion? There's a second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Commissioner Clark from the 5th, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, can I get a point of clarity for item 35? Did we pull that one, or was that one added to the consent? It wasn't?
It's not. No, sir.
Okay, I'd like to add number 35 to the consent as well.
All right, no objection to adding item number 35. Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue. If you will, get us up on the screen so we can see what we have, and I think we'll be prepared. We have a motion in a second. I think we'll be prepared to vote. All right. Colleagues, do we have a motion?
Mr.
We have
Mayor.
a second. Commissioner from the 5th.
Yes, sir. I see you pulled number 8. Are we going to put, what was it, 30 as well?
Yeah, it's not on the consent agenda. It's on the regular agenda. We're going to companion 8 and 30.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue for discussion. I have a proper motion by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, and it was seconded by Commissioner Tina Slindak. We're prepared to vote.
Ms. Rice, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Rice out. Okay. That motion carries with Ms. Rice out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's start off at number 1. Let's just try and work through the agenda. So we
Item number 1 is a request for concurrence with the Augusta Planning Commission to approve a rezoning from a Zone R1A1 family residential to a Zone B1 neighborhood business to develop a daycare center affecting property located at 2933 Deansbridge Road.
All right, is there planning department here? There we go. Commissioner Scott, I know that you asked, requested this item be pulled. I'm going to have Director Cameron to kind of kick us off.
Thank you, sir.
Director Cameron, that's item number 1.
Yes, sir. So 30 days ago, I was asked to investigate more information about this particular case. And after further investigation, we did find a couple of other things that was concerning our department. Although the applicant did remove the fence that was in front of the building, however, what we found out is that there were additions that were added to the building that did not have building permits. Those improvements that were made did not apply for a permit. However, when we talked to our traffic, the investigation, the traffic department did find that there was no need for a left turn. So with that being said, the recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission stands. However, it's the pleasure of this board if you want me to continue to have the applicant to come in. The normal process is to have the applicant to come in and to provide them with the information that they need to get the building permit. There will be fees, there will be penalties for doing business without a building permit.
Thank you, Director Cameron. Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Cameron. I got several calls when it went through planning and when you came before us with that. And I believe Mr. Wells is here, and I'm not sure how many other objectors we have, Mayor Johnson, but before my colleagues come up, I would like to ask Mr. Wells to come up and whoever else is here to voice their objection to having this daycare here.
Mr. Wells, come on up, sir. Tell you what, Mr. Wells, if you don't mind, yeah, come, just in case we have questions for Director Cameron. All right, Mr. Wells, for the record, please state your name and place of residence.
My name is Keith Wells. I reside at 2920 on Deansbridge Road, Augusta, Georgia, residing at this place since 1990.
Okay, all right, sir, you have the floor.
Yes, there is, and I believe I emailed everybody here, and I gave you some statistics about child care drive-throughs and stuff, the average time it takes to pick up a kid, drop them off that are age 3 to 6, which is somewhere around 3 minutes is what the national average is. Some people call it 5. You have to take your kid, obviously at that age, you got to unstrap it from a seat, you got to take it in, you got to sign it in, then you got to come back out in your car and you get, when you come back to your car, you're sitting there 400 feet from the light. If you, whichever way you come, coming down Deansbridge Road, since the only entrances are on the southbound side, you're gonna have to make a U-turn or go back in the neighborhood and queue up at a stop sign. This is gonna be highly dangerous. Plus, it's gonna cut my driveway off. There's no way that you can have any amount of cars here, and if you also looked at my emails in the stats there, 80% of these kids are picked up within a 1 hour time, and most of those are within 1/2 hour time. This driveway comes down very steep, it's hard to see, and most people, if you come into Deansbridge, the speed limit says 45, but if you took a speed gun out there, it's gonna be an average of 60 or more. We have 2 months of the year during the school year, which is when most of these kids will be going to childcare, that the sun is so directly in front of your eyes that you can't see in front of you. There's multi-car accidents there sometimes that you'll also notice. That light is one of only two that has a no turn on a green unless you have an arrow. The reason being because that sun's coming in your eyes and you can't see. I don't see, given the little bit of driveway they have down there, for anybody to not be queued up out in Deans Ridge Road. I don't see how it's possible. Another requirement of the, one of the requirements of this was that this had a 10-foot barrier from the northeast northeast residential property, which is mine. There's not a 12-inch variance. Where their fence is, there's a building this far down my arm off the fence. The fence is right down the property line. It had, in fact, is when that fence was put in, property markers were pulled up to put that fence in. So the fence is the property line. And I think earlier at the Planning Commission, I had sent some pictures of the distance between the building there and the fence line. And like I say, it's not 12 inches away. You cannot, unless you're a really skinny person, which obviously I'm not, if you're a really skinny person, you couldn't squeeze between that fence and that building. They have, but the main thing is, besides the noise gonna be on my side, and I've been here since, I'm the longest resident there. Mr. Epps is the next longest resident. Mr. Randall Keys, which is also signed off on this email, is the third longest resident, and if you included his grandmother who owned the property, she's longer than all of us. That's a pass-me-down house down there. And he's gonna have a problem too with, he says, okay, if they don't make the U-turn up there where they have to come out and go across 3 lanes right away to get into the turn lane to make a U, he said, they're gonna come down, they're gonna make a right, they're gonna go down Rocky Creek, they're gonna go down to Cornelia and have a stop sign. Then you're gonna try to take a left across 4 or 5, well, 3 lanes of traffic this way on the south side, but you got the traffic going then on the north side, which is another 3 lanes. I've been queued up behind cars there just looking for everything to clear out as far as they can see for 5 minutes for one car. And there's a lot of people when they pull out in Deansbridge, rightfully so, that are frightened. So they really look for, I can't see any cars before I'm gonna pull out. And there is no way with the distance that they have for the drive, I wish I'd brought some pictures, actually I did, but it's on my phone, of what the little driveway they have going around. You can't put more than 2 or 3 cars right there in front of the entrance to the back of the house where they're gonna go in. Anything else is gonna be stacked up down the driveway or stacked up down the other driveway. And these driveways have an incline of something over 20 degrees.
All right, Mr. Wells. All right, we got a bunch of colleagues in the queue. Just stand there just in case there is a question. But going back to you, Commissioner, from the 9th, you want to go through the queue, or is there anything additional you'd like to add?
I would like to go through the queue with the other colleagues that this property is going to affect.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 9th. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Director Cameron, the staff, what was the staff's recommendation?
The staff recommendation was approval based on the conditions that that's set forth. However, I did want to bring to the attention, and also I spoke with Mr. Wells as well about the development standards, that the rezoning, one of the conditions is that this rezoning, this development meets the development standards. So they would have to go through that whole process as well. And that would be those standards. They may not be able to meet those standards, but it's a condition that's always put on the cases.
What standard are they not going to meet?
The standards, well, there's several development standards that they may not meet. The adjacent property, what he just said, we have a tree protection, we have landscaping. So there are several, there's a whole list of development standards when you are rezoning from residential to commercial. That property is now brought up to commercial standards. So it would have to meet all those standards once it gets approved.
Yeah.
If this board so desires to approve this.
I guess the concern I have,
Do it right the first time.
I don't know why we approved it if the staff approved it, if there were so many concerns. And I definitely don't understand why we've allowed the petitioner to go through as many steps that they've taken to try to meet the standards of fulfilling this, because they've gone through not just local standards, they've gone through state standards, inspections, requirements, and otherwise, and all of that, and the entire time, they're paying money to try to meet these standards. So I think it's disingenuous of us to continuously put the commission in the situation of saying, hey, we're going to vote this down, and I'm not dismissing Mr. Wells' concerns or anyone's concerns, but the process seems very, very slighted in the sense that it's coming to us with as many concerns that the staff has.
Yes, sir. So this was a case that was brought to us from code enforcement.
Right.
They found that work was being done without a permit, and that is what triggered the applicant to come in. If they had come in before, we could have given them all of the information that they needed to make a better decision on this property, because we are going through the zoning update that would have helped with that situation. So staff, based on what had already transpired, staff was actually trying to help the applicant in getting the approval. So based on their recommendation, it was, the overall is that they have to meet those development standards.
Yeah, I'm with that. I think the problem is it went through staff recommendation of receiving approval. It went through the plan and zoning recommendation of receiving approval. And we're now stating today before the commission something separate. Was this presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, the concerns that you're bringing to us now?
The Planning Commission, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Not the Zoning Board of Appeals, but
the Planning
yes.
Commission.
Yes, sir.
But didn't they have to go before Zoning and Appeals as well?
They have not, but they will have to go through there.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, I'm pretty conflicted on all of this. And I'm gonna tell you a couple reasons why. Personally, my wife owned a daycare and she started out in her home.
Yes, sir.
My kids went to daycares in a home as well, because at that time, daycare is pretty expensive. We are in a statewide shortage of daycares. This is a requirement and a process that's offered out here specifically because everyone can't afford to put their kid in a full-blown daycare center. And I think the thing I'm kind of disappointed with in this process is we're making it harder and harder and harder for folks to be able to, in good faith, go through this process, because right now, they're going to be out thousands of dollars, if not more, because they've gone through this in good faith, thinking that if I follow all the steps, if I go off of the staff recommendations and so on. So I'm conflicted on this one, because really, to me, if there were this many issues, it shouldn't have come to us.
Yes, sir, and that's the reason why we are updating the zoning ordinance, because there are a lot of things that we're trying to correct now, and I do understand the concern.
Are the petitioners here?
Yeah, the petitioners. Are you present?
Did they know about it, or did they get confirmation that, hey, your stuff has been approved and you don't have to come?
They received, no, sir, they received a letter that it was on the agenda for today. They did receive that.
Okay. Mr. Wells?
That letter went out. Let me just put it like
Yes, I was at the Planning and Zoning Commission too. I do not believe that anybody ever looked at this place. I don't believe that anybody went by it. While this was going on, there was construction going on in there, which apparently nobody knew anything about. But I don't believe anybody from Planning and Zoning looked at this. When they did come up to it, they talked about putting a right turn in, which there's no place to put a right turn in. You'd have to go in my yard.
Right.
And my hill is already a slant like this to get in the driveway, because originally it went out to the median. And that's what they've already eminent domained out of this property. But this was not brought up at the Planning Commission. My thing was, I don't think anybody looked at it. No one had looked at the traffic thing. No one had looked at any effect on the traffic or the queuing. None of this was brought up at Planning and Commission.
Yeah, well, I
This
know,
should, in my opinion, this should not have been approved at Planning and Commission.
right.
But apparently, as I say, it appeared to me that nobody really went out and looked at this place.
Well, I know the staff did go out, Mr. Wells. The director, I called her directly myself after I personally went out to see the property because I wanted to get.
Yeah, I remember talking to you about
Yes,
that.
sir. I wanted to get a visual understanding of it. I think the biggest concern with it is it's coming to us as stated that it's approved from the staff and from the Planning Commission, but then we're being presented that there's a number of issues that's going to disapprove it.
And if I may, Ms. Cameron at the last meeting said that if she had reviewed this before, that she would have recommended denial instead of approval from the planning and zoning. That should be in the minutes of the last commission meeting.
All right. I'm going to get out the queue, Mr. Mayor. I know we got a lot of folks in. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the phone calls that I've gotten in regards to this as well with the concerns. And, you know, one of the things that just jumps out to me as red flag after red flag is the fact that they were already making changes to their building without going through the process. They only came forward because code enforcement called them. But yet, for some reason, it's sitting here in front of us as an approval when they've already showed that they're not willing to do the right thing or go through the right processes. There's no way that I could approve this and then allow kids to be kept there knowing that they can't even go through the adult process correctly to do what's right. And I would hate to think of what might happen to if they're going to do the right thing in regards to these kids. So I'm going to make a motion right now that we deny this petition.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 8th. There's a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th. There's still a couple of colleagues in this queue. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second to deny. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What work was being done on the building?
There was some improvement. There was an
What do you call improvement? Tell me.
in addition, there's an addition to it. They went inside and redid floors and walls, moved walls around. They did, well, yes, they did. They did an addition, which meant they had to add a roof. Sorry, thank you.
Okay. The gentleman talks about traffic. Do we get with?
Yes, sir.
Determine if there really was an impact with, or are we just going on belief?
No, so typically we send the applications around to our different reviewers. Traffic at that time said needed to investigate. And so when I sent the information out, further investigation, they said it was determined that no right turn lane was necessary if it was approved.
If it was approved.
Yeah.
So traffic was not considering inbound traffic, it was just the outbound traffic. Am I correct?
So yes, sir, yes, sir, to turn in, that's what traffic was saying. There was no issue.
Right, no issue with turning in. So the only issue then is
that would be the only issue from what I would see. But I'm not a traffic engineer.
Well, you should have been listening then. Now, I want to make sure we got good standards on code enforcement and our codes, building codes. Because I just received a call yesterday from a family that somehow or another a enforcer showed up at their property and was telling them they need a permit, and that permit was because they was had someone to put a screen wire on the back porch. You need a permit for that.
Is that resident? Was it residential or commercial?
It's residential.
Well, sir, I would have to have the address, and I would need to find out more But to
I'm gonna
put,
tie it in, folks.
Okay, all right.
But go ahead.
to put screen on a house.
On the porch.
On a porch usually does not
Okay.
require. However, I want to say, I don't know the size. So I don't want to answer in a general way, but because, as you know, it could be screened, but it could have been other things, and it depends on the size.
Okay. It also depends on the cost. And the reason I brought that up is you just said that they were making additions, but you're not painting a picture for me as to what that were.
Yes, sir. I did not. So if in your packet, you won't be able to see it in your packet. If I could pull it up, you're right. There was a large addition put on the back of the structure. I haven't gotten the details as to was that a requirement for the daycare center. I'm sure it was. However, again, the applicant proceeded to do this work without coming to the department. So going from that residential to a commercial, it would have required that, especially for a daycare center. At the state level, they require certain, more restrooms. They're going to require other things. But just going from a residential to a commercial, as you are aware, it's going to trigger utilities. They're going to have to pay. They're going to have to go from residential to commercial paying utilities. They will look at the usage now. So there's going to be a lot of things. It won't just be triggered in zoning compliance. It's going to trigger utilities. It's going to trigger, we know it's not going to trigger traffic because they've already said something. But to go from residential to commercial, it's going to change the whole fabrics of how they operate because now it's a business.
I'm aware of that.
Yes, sir.
But my question was really, is your inspectors, since the folks have been preparing this building for quite some time. And here we are in the 9th hour, and we're telling them, oh, by the way, it's no good. You didn't do these things. Well, nowhere along the line, because they came before your board, they presented that package to be evaluated before the board, and now we're just getting the bad talk.
So let me just say, on behalf of the Planning Commission and the planner that did the case, one of the things that we always say, especially in the commercial, is that your project has to conform to the development standards of the code. That is something that we go over with the applicant. The applicant gets the case, a week ahead of time. We're open to go over that with the applicant. So we want to make sure everyone understands that. That was not a question that came up. That was a condition that was read. They were in the pre-meeting, and then they also stood before, the commission. The commission didn't ask the question. So I was under the impression that they understood the fact that they had to succumb to those development standards because they came from a residential to a commercial, which triggered them to be under all the commercial standards.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 4th. Commissioner from the 9th, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, is there anything additional you'd like to add?
Yes, I would just like to say I think denying a small business is hard, but we have so many unanswered questions, and we need to do better and make sure we are following the guidelines. If we had all these problems with lack of license and permits and that kind of stuff, that should have been a red flag. Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to vote when everyone else is.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director Crammond, what's the process for the petitioner in the event of this denial? 6 months. So they have to reapply 6 months from now.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner from the 5th, before we vote, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah. Hey, so, yeah, I'm really bothered by this one on how it went. I don't like the fact that this is all coming to us now. I don't think it's a fair process. Where the petitioners so when they go through this process, I'm assuming the staff gives them everything that they have to do, the process, communication plan, and so on, correct?
Correct, sir. And as it stands now, we don't require that they come in for a pre-application meeting. However, for these zoning matters, however, in the update, the zoning update, we are strongly recommending that applicants come in to get all of the information and processes.
Yeah, I think we need to update our processes. I mean, if somebody's going to do business, and I'm just saying, if they're going to go through this entire process and we say, hey, it's at your choosing to do this, I think we need to add some more kind of parameters in that. Right now, I just don't like how this one is going. Because right now we're getting one side of it that I don't even know if the Planning Commission received.
Yes, sir. If you look at your recommendation packet, it actually outlines everything that they would need. It talks about the lighting. It talks about the variances for the tree ordinance. So they were giving information that they needed to do the tree protection, the landscaping, the commercial lighting. It was approved, yes, sir.
Mr. Wells,
based on them doing these things.
It was approved with conditions.
It was, yes, sir, approval with conditions.
All right, Mr. Wells, I'm going to give you just a second.
Okay. All these improvements were done before he applied. And if you want, I can show you a picture real quick of the major improvement. But these were done before he ever made an application.
Okay.
If you like, I can show Mr. Wimberly what.
No need to see it. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the second, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam. You're out. Madam Clerk, we have a motion that's been made with a proper second to deny this approval. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're prepared to vote. That motion is to deny.
Mr. Clark. How you voting? Okay. That motion carries 8-2 with Ms. Pulliam and Mr. Wembley voting no.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Wells, thank you for being here today. Let's go to item 5, please.
Item number 5 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to deny a petition requesting a special exception to establish a family personal care home with 4 clients on property located at 3120 Blackman Court.
All right. Director Cameron.
Yes, sir. Let me grab this right quick. The Planning Commission, sir, as it stands, recommended denial of this petition.
All right. Thank you so much, Director Cameron. Sir, if you will, come to the podium because you are the petitioner. There are 16 objectors. So we're going to give you a few minutes to argue your case why this item should be approved. For the record, please state your name and your residence, please.
I'm Henry Holton, and I reside in Richmond County.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor.
All right, so my name is Henry Holton. I'm the program director in the Developmental Disabilities Professional for REM Georgia under the umbrella of Savita Healthcare and through the guidance of DBHDD. So we respectfully request the overall approval to support no more than 4 individuals within our group home, while the county does allow us to have up to 3 individuals without an establishmental permit. This request will enable for us to continue to meet the overall needs of the individuals diagnosed with developmental disabilities. So our organization provides around the clock supports with highly trained staff who are equipped and highly trained through the areas to ensure the overall health, safety, and well-being of the individual served. Our missions is to help people stay in place in living safety and successfully within homes other than in in an institutional based setting. So we work closely with different families, different caseworkers throughout the state to ensure that we are providing the overall individualized supports for the individuals diagnosed with IDD IDD, just so they can live meaningfully and comfortably within a community-based setting. So overall, I do currently oversee multiple group homes in the Augusta, Grovetown, and Hepzibah area. And we are advocating to open up another home at the residence of 3120 Blackman Court. And I do want to add one more thing, which is the Federal Fair Housing Act. And the Federal Fair Housing Act is a landmark civil rights law which makes it illegal to discriminate against people in a cell, rental, or financial housing, and this overall protects someone by their race, color, religion, sex, national origin, and disability overall. So once again, we are advocating for us to open our 4-person group home at 3120 Blackman Court, Hepzibah, Georgia.
Thank you so much. I know there were objectors 16. Is there anyone who wants to come speak on behalf of those? Ms. Ivy?
Mayor, before they
Yes,
come
sir.
up, can I ask the petitioner
Yes,
a
sir.
question?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, is this group home currently operating? Do you have any residents living here?
Not currently, no, sir. We are awaiting for the final approval just so we can move forward through the regional office, so we can have a provider number and provide services to individuals.
How many other homes do you operate?
So right now, we are currently overseeing 8, which is 3 in the Augusta area, 3 in Grovetown, and 2 in Hepzibah, and the Blackman Court will be our 9th one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Ms. Ivy, I think you're on the record for your name.
Yes, sir.
You
Just
have
to
the floor.
reiterate, Teresa Ivy, 3118 Blackman Court, Hepzibah, Georgia.
Okay.
Over the past 30 years, my parents have continuously, along with their neighbors, invested their hard-earned money, time, blood, sweat, and tears into maintaining and improving their property, all while faithfully serving their community. My dad did 20 years in the U.S. Army. My mom did 25 years as a nurse at Gracewood State Hospital. Today, my parents are in their late 50s. They have earned the right to spend their retirement years in a home they worked so hard to build with peace of mind that comes from the feeling of feeling safe, secure on their property. They should not have to worry about the increased risk of crime, the loss of privacy, or the possibility that value of their greatest financial investment could be diminished by placing this business immediately next door to my parents. My family has spent decades not just building a home, but building a legacy for our family and our future generation. We respectfully ask that you protect that investment and allow my parents and their neighbors to enjoy the home they have built over their entire lives. They took their entire lives to create. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam President?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do empathize with what you say. However, this is a residential area, and I think a lot of times that's where some confusion comes in. This is a business, is it not? Well, if it's a business, then in my opinion, it should not be in the residential area. You don't want it, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you do want it in your neighborhoods. And I'm not going to get you to answer that. However, as you know, I'm the president of Richmond County Neighborhood Association Alliance, Inc. I stand with the residents. I wouldn't want it in my neighborhood. And trust me, my mother was in a personal care home. But at some point in time, we have to stop accepting businesses, in my opinion, within residential areas. It poses other problems. Yes, you say you run all of these different ones and they run perfect. Well, that's fine, but they're not in this neighborhood. And as we stated, it's residential. You want a special exception. There's a reason you need a special exception. Planning denied it, and I respectfully ask this commission to deny it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. All right, colleagues, I don't see anyone in the queue. Is somebody going to entertain a motion, please?
Motion to deny.
There's a motion to deny by the Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question. Is that a motion to deny as stated? So that'd be a motion to approve what's on the screen, correct?
Yes, a motion to approve the denial.
Just.
I haven't heard yet. I heard the motion has been restated. So there's a second by Mayor Brandon Garrett. All right, Commissioner from the 4th, you have the floor, sir.
No, Mr. Mayor, we out.
You're out. All right, Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue. This is a motion to approve the denial of this item, item 5. We're prepared to vote.
That motion carries with Ms. Rice and Mr. Clark out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Ivy, Ms. Collins, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
for being
Mr.
here,
Mayor
sir.
and Commissioners.
You got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, let's just keep on moving down. We're going to companion 8 and 30. We're going to move to 15, please.
Number 15.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 15, Planning and Development, is requesting approval for additional funding to the zoning ordinance update to include but not limited to 2 additional public engagement meetings, workshops for input from all commissioners, stakeholders, and public, and the production of an official zoning map and future land use map. This request is to extend the period of performance to November to December 2026 with an addition not to exceed the amount of $68,368 for the adoption of the new zoning ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I forget who asked that this item be pulled.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, Director
Joy
Cameron, do
Johnson.
you want to give us some background information, please?
Yes. Can I get some assistance with the?
We got him.
Thank you.
We got him. Yep.
Yes. As you are aware, we are right in the middle of, or almost at the end of updating our zoning ordinance. So 1963 ordinance that was updated, amended in 71 and 83 and so forth and so on. And what you'll find in the entire ordinance, you'll see the city of Augusta and Richmond County that just came together. Even with building, code enforcement, zoning, your tree ordinance, your subdivision, we have a lot of different individual ordinance that we are trying to bring together. And what was just described a minute ago is a product of what we are dealing with. And so with that being said, when the original contract was assigned in 2024, it was a zoning update. And so what I found here and my team is that the consultants pretty much were doing what they were contracted to do. The scope was to update the zoning ordinance, so they were updating portions of it, and they were just carrying over other parts of it. And as you can see, it needs an overhaul. So the additional, some of the basic things that happens whenever you do a zoning rewrite update is that you redo your map. Your zoning map has to show and reflect what those new classifications are. It shows where your parks are, your parks and recreation. It shows your utilities, which are special districts. It shows your overlays, things like where your airport is. We don't have that in our current zoning ordinance. And then it also provides for a future land use map. Now, we have character areas in our comprehensive land use plan when it was last updated, which is very good. And so with that, what companions with the character areas is your future land use map. And so we take that information, we look at what we have today, and we look at what you would like that area to be in the future. And so we base decisions off of that information. And so having character areas from the past is a result of what you have now at 2933 Deansbridge Road. So we are trying to fix that. And so in talking with the administrator and talking with the consultants, we found out that there was several meetings that had taken place with commissioners or lack of, and the Administrator Allen wanted to make sure that all the commissioners had a part of this zoning update. And so with that being said, there was some conversation, there were some meetings, and she wanted to ensure that there were more public meetings because a significant amount of meetings had taken place with the departments, various departments, and then there had been stakeholder meetings and some steering committee meetings that had taken place. And so with that being said, we wanted to find out what it would take to bring back in the zoning ordinance to make, the zoning map, the official zoning map, to bring that back into into view, how much that would cost, and then the future land use map to go along with our new ordinance, and then also to see, to look at other meetings so that we can ensure that all of our commissioners and then the public can take place in that meeting. We did have one meeting out at Diamonds Lake that was very successful. A lot of the public that's here attended that meeting with the consultants. We'd like to see a couple of more of those. And so the information that's in front of you is currently what has happened, and I want to scroll, and I know it's kind of hard for you to see. I do have a couple of more of those. Can everyone see the screen? Mm-hmm. Okay. No? Okay, perfect. So I want to make sure that I pull up the July, because that's the most, thank you so much. That's the most current. Are you enlarging it for me? Okay. Thank you. That's the most current. And so you'll see what you have in front of you are things that were done. Can you go to the very first? Yes. So these are the items under the current contract that has been completed. And as you can see, I'm just going to cursor down. As you can see, there are still some outstanding items that need to be completed. And what has happened is we have paused this process because we were getting the other ordinance that was directed to do. And so with that being said, it left us a little more, some funds left over. And so right now we're negotiating with those consultants because as you can see, we do have some finances left over, have not consumed it as fast. Because there has been some in the calendar, there has been some holidays, there has been some pauses, and so we are renegotiating and can probably get one more public meeting. And thank you, I just wanted to. Okay, so I wanted to put, as you can see where it says the budget, the percentage that's complete, and then you will see, if you look at the far right, actually, if you look at the previous building or total earn, let's say, look at total earn, you will see the difference in what has been completed and what is remaining. So what remains that you see here is the drafting of the zoning ordinance, and that's 5. If you look at 5 and then 5-1, that remains because what was happening is, again, there was a reclassification of the zoning districts, for example. we have tons and tons and tons of residential. And so that was reduced from the previous administrator or administration or director. However, when we looked at that, it needs to be reduced again. We have so many residential areas. And so we want to make sure we have a good product. So we told the consultants to go back to the table, and we're working with them. And as you can see, again, a lot of it has been consumed, but we still have we still have some funds left under this original contract because it won't be complete until about September is what we were looking at. And we needed a couple more vital items. The maps are just vital. It will help us, it will help you, it will help everyone to be able to look at that map and to determine where to put our commercial. It would show the distance of where those businesses should go. You would have your zoning cases on there. You would have your things that were reclassified. That information will be very, very important. The digital map that we have now, you will be able to click over to the future land use map and see what the community wants in the future. And that is what would bring investors in, because investors, they can plan, right? When we have information, we can plan better. So with that being said, the information you have in front of you, we do have some money left over that we are trying to use. What I have asked for you here, let me just switch over. What I have asked for here, if I can get there, sorry. What I have asked for here is the addition that the consultants have provided for us. And then what you see is a survey. In that meeting with Administrator Allen, they talked about a survey being put back on the website. And that would be a partnership between the consultants and staff so that we can cut costs. So we are working on cutting that 68 and some change that we asked you for. But this is a roadmap telling you what they will do. They have been working just through negotiating. We have been working on the mapping part, just swapping over some things. And then, as you can see, from June to August, you'll be seeing you will see a digital map that we will be presenting. And then you see workshops that we're proposing for next month. And then they should be releasing a good final draft in September, or an almost ready draft. And then, of course, we're going to have a couple more work sessions with our Planning Commission and our Augusta Commission. And then also the final draft, it will be in mid to last of October. And then we're looking at November to adopt this. Again, I know that we brought before you that we need 68,000 and some change, but we are negotiating that with the consultant now, so it'll be less. I'm almost certain, so I apologize. Everything is just happening real fast. I heard back from the consultant this morning, they are redoing the numbers because we are renegotiating these costs.
All right, thank you, Director Cameron. Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just you've given me a lot of information. I thank you, Ms. Cameron. The question, just for my clarity, is that this is not a new scope of work. This is just extending the work that was already agreed to?
So the roadmap is new work.
Okay.
So it was previous work, from what I understand, that was taken out of the original contract due to cost. However, I don't understand why, because whenever you are updating a zoning ordinance, your map has to mimic that.
Okay.
And it could have been, it could have been the fact that we have planners and we have a GIS. However, the resources is just not there for us to be able to do that.
Okay, and so you mentioned that you're going back and doing negotiations, and I know that because that's a contract negotiation, we probably shouldn't talk about that on the floor. But I would like for you to provide to us, or through the administration, if 68 is needed, and this is, you're trying to get it lowered, what scopes are going to change because of that lower price, and then compare it to what we're asking for currently. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
It does, yes, sir. The scope will be, the scope will be this.
Okay.
So the scope will actually be this information here. So they will be, because we are doing a new ordinance, they will be drafting the districts and the uses differently. Because what they did was took what we had and just put it in fields and columns and.
But I guess the level of engagement will probably change if the price goes down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. All right, well, you can just provide that to administration, and
Sure.
we'll get it from administration. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Tony Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Director Cameron,
Yes, sir.
you know, last week I had some questions in reference to this $6,000 to $8,000 ask.
Yes, sir.
And I think one of the questions I asked you is will this be good money spent? And I think you answered that it was needed in order to further or to complete this this mandate here.
Yes.
My question to you, when we looked at the original $300,000, and I see the categories that, if you can go back, who categorized these items here, and how were they broken down? How were they categorized? Because I see some of them are 100% completed, some are 85%. So based on these subjects here, how did the consultant actually break the numbers down? You know, it was $327,000 each category. Did they break it down as to how much each category would cost? Because I'm looking at these numbers here, and I'm just wondering how did they come about?
Yes, sir. In the previous, this is under the original contract, and this is how it was set up in the original contract. So it was that budget column is what they budget for, and then the percentage is what has been completed or not, and then the total earn is what has been paid.
Okay, so you know, we say we have some left over. So these that we see that are not at 100%,
yes, sir.
The money that's left over, once those are completed, will actually fulfill the 100%, and it would take away from the amount that's left. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, sir. The ones that was budgeted for, there are some zeros that these are things that were taken out. So for example, the website, typically when there's a zoning update, that the consultants, they handle everything. However, that was negotiated out, so we are responsible for doing the website, putting information in and keeping up with the information, so.
Okay.
That, and then you'll see a couple more lines of zeros. But you'll see things like the adoption part, that is something that, of course, that's gonna happen. That will go over from the old, from this original contract to the new contract. So that has already been budgeted for. The executive summary and the planning commission and the Augusta commission meetings. So 6 is already budgeted. Okay, so that would go over. You have things like 5. Some of that is going to go over. At least that's what we're negotiating. And again, we are staff is doing a lot to make sure that this product is what Augusta needs and not something that someone just want to give us.
So when we talk about the map, issue, you say that the ball was dropped when it pertained to the map. That should have been included in the original. So if we're dealing with a consultant, someone that has the expertise, why wouldn't they suggest that this be included? And so how can we overlook something so major if we have a consultant, someone that does this kind of work, and yet they do not make sure that it's included? So
that's a great question. So being on that side, it's up to the customer. And so it was probably negotiated out. Again, you have a great staff. However, I think when you say we have a great staff, I think if we left this much out,
then it doesn't say a whole lot about staff being great. If we're going to leave something so important as this mapping out of it, now we've got to come back and negotiate a new deal on including this, then something just didn't add up.
Yes, sir.
Or we dropped the ball.
Well, I can't say that, sir, because I wasn't here. But I can.
Well, not to say the ball was dropped then.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yes, sir.
thank you, Director Cameron.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner from the second, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Thank you, Director Cameron, for your presentation. My question is, I'm glad you all asked about the website creation. On the website, will we be advertising our process for public comment in our next meetings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those public comments are going to be taken into consideration. It won't just be the steering committee and that's making those decisions.
Absolutely. Everyone would be taken, all comments would be taken into consideration.
That's very important. I was at the meeting at Diamond Lakes, and I believe more people wanted to comment and give input. So I would like to see that in our next public meeting,
Yes,
that we can actually receive public comments. Since this is the city that we all will inhabit together, it's important that our citizens are a big part of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Thank you, and Director Cameron, I appreciate the update on this. Mayor, I have one question for our Procurement Director, Pennick.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pennick, Director Pennick.
It's just,
Director Pennick.
Good afternoon.
all right, thanks, sir. Hopefully this will be a quick question, but Director Cameron was talking about this contract versus the new contract. Is this additional to the already procured contract, or is this a new procured contract for this additional money?
It will be an amendment.
Okay.
To the existing contract.
Okay, so from what she's presented and what you've seen, do you see any issues with this additional money?
I would prefer additional review.
Okay, thanks, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Pennick. All right.
And with that being said, I'm going to make a motion that we send this to committee based on the Procurement Director's recommendation for further review.
All right. The Commissioner from the 8th has made a motion to send this back to procurement, and then I hear a second from Commissioner from the 1st. All right.
You said committee, right, sir?
Send it back to committee.
Committee.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's proper seconded by Commissioner from the 1st.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue. We're prepared to vote.
Ms. Linda, are you having trouble? Okay. That motion carries with Ms. Rice and Mr. Clark out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 19, please.
Item 19. Request to approve submission of the fiscal year 2026 annual action plan representing $3,852,829.39 in an investment in the housing and service needs of low and moderate income residents of Augusta, and grant authority for the mayor to execute the necessary document required for submission.
All right. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I'm going to make a motion to approve this item.
All right. Were you the one who requested it be pulled?
Yes, sir, I
All right.
did.
Madam Clerk, The commissioner from the second has requested this motion be approved. I heard a proper second by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Yes, sir.
There was someone in the queue, but there's no one in the queue now. Seeing no one in the queue and no further discussion, we're prepared to vote to approve this item.
That motion carries with Ms. Rice, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Garrett out.
All right, Madam Clerk, 37, please.
Yes, sir. 27?
37.
37, thank you. 37, approve supplemental funding for the sole source Lighting America in the amount of $251,511 for the Riceboro Road Improvement Project, North Lake Highland Avenue, for completing installing solar streetlights.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see Director Malik. Dr. Malik, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. So this is the last part of our Riceboro Road improvement project from Highland to North Lag. So this request is for just the installation of the lights. Back in June 2024, this body did approve the purchase of the materials we do have. We'll try to get the road work finished before the Masters, so that's what we did. And now we're just coming back to get these lights installed. So that's the request is, and the funding is in the project. So.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. I heard a second from Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the 1st. Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue. We're prepared to vote.
With Ms. Rice and Mr. Clark out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 39.
Item 39, approve supplement funding in the amount not to exceed $50,000 for Hurricane Helene. Wait a minute, I think we're asking that be deleted. Is that 38? 39? Okay, I had 39 too. Approve supplement funding in the amount not to exceed $50,000 for Hurricane Helene debris removal coordination support services with Infrastructure Systems Management LLC. Also approve use of general fund balance to fund these services.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malik.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. So this is the part of the Helene recovery permanent work, and ISM been providing supports for off-road projects on that. The request is just to add these fund not to exceed amount because that's the FEMA process requires to have that notice to proceed and not to exceed. So if the need arises, we will pull the money out of that, not necessarily out of 50,000, I'm gonna go there, but I need to have that cushion. The previous approval, we exhausted all those funds. Majority of them was during recovery phase and all that. But this is the sports they're doing for off-road projects. Since engineering was, did the previous supplement and the RFP and all that, so that's what I'm bringing this to this body.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Chair recognizes Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly from the 4th.
Mr. Mayor, I recommend approval.
All right. I heard I recommend approval by Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly. I heard a second from Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, there are no colleagues in the queue for discussion. We are voting.
Carries with Ms. Rice and Mr. Clark out.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think that concludes most of our agenda items with the exception of item 8 and item 30 that we have companion for today's commission meeting. Before we address item 8 and item 30, we're going to move back to the delegation portion of our meeting. As I counted, there are 11 delegations that we need to address. And colleagues, we need to take a 5-minute break. We're going to suspend for 5 minutes because each delegation requires 5 minutes, and that's 5 times. It's a lot of time. So give us 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene. Madam Clerk, we stand suspended for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Gayla Kesey. I saw Ms. Gayla Kesey in the hallway, so we're going to see. I think she's first on the list. Dr. Gayla Kesey. Dr. Gayla Kesey. All right. Madam Clerk, I see our first delegation is here, and we have a quorum. I'm going to call this session back to order.
Yes, sir.
And let's start with delegation item C, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session, back to order. Madam Clerk.
Delegation C, Dr. Gayla Kesey, postpone the vote and strengthen the data center zoning ordinance.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kesey, for the record, please state your name and place of residence, please.
My name is Gayla Kesey. I live in Richmond County.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor in 5 minutes.
I'm also speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters as co-president. I came today to speak on the data center ordinance and the additional $68,000 requested for the zoning consultant. Guess what? We weren't even able to talk before that was even discussed. Again, this happened at the Public Service Committee meeting where we had to fight to even to have comments before a vote was taken on the ordinance and that proposal. But those comments came after the budget had been considered, so we weren't able to address that. Nearly 2 hours into this meeting, the matters the public came to address still have not been discussed. Other business went ahead of us, and the commission acted on the consultant funding request before the people who signed up to speak were even heard. The item was sent back to committee, but that was still official business that the public had no input into. Like I said, at the Public Service Committee, we were having to push to even have comment because we were put at the end of the agenda. Meaningful public participation isn't just letting people speak eventually. It means being heard while comment can still shape the discussion. Now about the ordinance. The Planning Commission declined to recommend that it move forward. Instead, they recommended a 60-day moratorium extension and public hearings outside of regular government meetings held after work hours so people could come, so they could participate, so they could ask questions and have the questions answered. We agree that that moratorium should have at least 60 days, if not longer, because we're proposing that you need more public hearings and you need more public comment. We right now have been advised that they want public comments on a little bitty text box that provides absolutely no information about the ordinance, about what kind of comment they want, or anything. It's a plain text that you can't even add a document or anything. That's not effective. Then there is no revision process. Once we submit our comments, where do they go? We've been told we hear you, but where do they go? How are they being incorporated? We don't know. So we need to have a two-step revision process. You need to have those public meetings. You need to have, she's wanting a survey again. Open that back up. You need to revise what is there. And I sent you the leaks analysis, a plain text analysis, and our suggestions for what needs to be done. I also passed out to you a one-page go beyond YouTube and go beyond TikTok and get researched data, stuff on this ordinance, other ordinances that Georgia Tech currently has a hub. That is a valuable resource. This is where we're getting our suggestions. I also call on Director Cameron and her staff to do due diligence and provide explanations to you, to provide explanations on why certain things were included in the ordinance, why things were left out, and what they can do better. Once we revise that, we need to have additional public hearings and educational hearings, and I don't think the consultants are the ones that need to be doing that. The people going to be putting that into practice are our own department, who she says are experts. Let them explain what those choices were, why they were made, and why we need to adopt that, and why it helps and protects. I challenge us. Georgia is on the leading edge of data centers. We have the opportunity to be the leader in developing our ordinance. Please do.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Dr. Kesey. Madam Clerk, I don't see any colleagues in the queue. Let's move on with delegation item D, please.
Item D, Denise Trainer, concerns regarding the construction of data centers in the CSRA.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Ms. Trainer.
Good
Been a long day
afternoon.
for the record. Please state your name and your place of residence.
Denise Traina, 631 Bowler Avenue, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for setting aside this time for residents to be heard. I've lived here in Augusta for over 30 years, served this community professionally as a licensed physical therapist, and in this government as a member of the Planning Commission. I currently serve on the Transit Citizens Advisory Committee and ran for commissioner's seat a couple of times. Both of my sons graduated from Richmond County Schools. I clearly feel like I have status here and standing rather. As a concerned resident, a parent, and grandparent, I have quality of life issues on my mind. I'm not alone. I hear from my neighbors. They're concerned as well. We want the moratorium on AI data centers to continue until such a time as an ordinance that fully protects our citizens from air, water pollution, noise, and increased electricity cost can be proposed. We want the public to be able to ask what services will these data centers be providing. When a huge corporate entity is able to gain access to our natural resources, we have a right to know what purpose it serves and if that purpose places us at any risk. Augustans want developers to come to Augusta and ask Augustans what they want, not impose a corporate model for these centers upon us. It is my hope that you will think outside of the AI box and consider the highest levels of safety and protection for our citizens, my neighbors. To create neighborhoods that thrive, not merely survive, we want accessible, quiet, open spaces, clean air, affordable housing, reasonable cost of living expenses, and safety for ourselves and our families. Land use that supports cradle-to-the-grave needs of a community is worth pursuing. Don't give up. Huge corporate entities do not have local citizens' interests at heart, but you do. For example, the Initiative for Energy Justice tells us that Georgia Power experienced a profit margin increase from 6.1% to 22.6% from 2022 to 2024. Meanwhile, our residential rates rose 6 times, increasing our cost up to $516 a year. Profit is the god they serve. We must and are capable of creating smaller centers that have public input, mandate a living wage for workers, create no danger to our water or air supply, and create no increases in the cost of electricity. If our elected officials put forth the framework to protect our families and our neighbors. Back to quality of life, the increased cost of electricity being paid by citizens who are already scrambling to make a decent living and hopefully afford to take a vacation once in a time, maybe once a year, is unrealistic and cruel. I want to repeat the public's desire to enforce the moratorium on these centers. I want to repeat the public's desire to enforce the moratorium on these centers is us asking for a seat at the table that may determine whether the quality of life of Augustans is moving in a direction that supports our families and their futures. A moratorium will allow for more thought and discernment with a better outcome. Please support a continued moratorium. I understand that Troup County has put forth an ordinance, I think it was in May.
1 minute.
Okay, that has been considered one of the most realistic with common sense language, due diligence, and consideration for its enforcement, including the public's input. I again urge you to continue the moratorium. Take a closer look. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trainer. Madam Clerk, there are no colleagues in the queue, so we're prepared with delegation item E, please.
Item E, Ms. Priscilla Wheeler, draft data center ordinance specifically regarding utility water impact, low frequency sound barriers, and the need for an independent study.
Ms. Wheeler, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. Please, for the record, please state your name and place of residence, please.
Yes, my name is Priscilla May Wheeler. I am in District 7, a new resident, just moved here in January.
Welcome to the best city on the planet.
It is. It's better than Florida, where I'm originally from. So
You
I've
got
had
it.
my 20 years of hurricanes.
Oh, sorry. Well, don't. Well, we have them here too.
I know, but I know how to prepare.
Okay. All right. Madam,
right.
you have the floor in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time, Mayor and Commissioners. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and just to share with each and every one of you a sentiment that I think all of us could understand. I, 3 years ago, went through fire training and EMT training, went through rescue rides with the fire department in Miami-Dade County, Broward County. So I fully understand what it means to be of service, to put those lives, those people, and seeing them the worst day of their lives, and making sure that you have every I dotted and T crossed in the training that you did. And to oversee the life of those people that have been placed in your care. And so that is exactly what each and every one of you get up and do every single day. And it's not something that was placed upon you as something that you were forced to do. It was a choice. It was a choice to be of service and to come with your heart open, connected to your mind to make those logical, clear decisions that are necessary. And I understand that it comes with a huge weight and that it isn't always going according to the plan that you may have hoped in your mind and in your heart. But what we do is the best that we can with the knowledge and information that is presented before us and our own lived life experiences. So with that understanding, I would like to remind everybody here that we are here together as a team to work together, to remember that we are community. Unity is in community. And to address the issues of this community together as one, because we are one governing body. Without the constituents, you're just mayors and commissioners. And I like to remind that there was one message or comment that was made last week about how commissioners are only policymakers. You're so much more than that. And I really hope you honor yourself in a way that's more than just policy approvers. You're placed on a podium higher above us, not because you are above us. It's so you have a field of view that gives you the opportunity to see things from a larger and wider perspective. You're privy to information that we are not. And you also have the knowledge, and I hope the experience and understanding of how the system works. And also remember that you are also one of us that lives in this community that are also have to go through the same exact things that we will have to if the water doesn't flow once QTS site is in place. And my sentiment also goes to planning and zoning. That is a tough job and a tough position. It also requires that when we're speaking of coming out with a good product, that product are the constituents, is you and me, all of us as one. So we're not just a line item to be checked off. We're not just a product. We are people, we are souls, and we are equals. And that brings me to some clear facts about the 300 feet, 70 or 65 decibels. I think in the meeting discussed was 70 decibels, but what's on site is 65. Basic high school physics will tell you that sound is measured in two forms, hertz. And in hertz, it's measured by basic sound, my voice, the sound of birds, and traffic passing by. And there's another form, low frequency sound or a hum. As you would, back in the day, I'm gonna date myself, you ever be in a car driving by and they had a big subwoofer in the back going doom, 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 doom. And the windows are pounding and vibrating. It was cool back when I was in high school, but that's not the point. That is a low frequency sound that goes through windows, that goes through the body. 20 decibels or 20 to 200 hertz cannot be measured on a decibel scale according to the World Health Organization. So the recommendation, while measuring it by decibels, seems like it'll be approved. The World Health Organization clearly states, if you look at their website, that any low decibel sound is an appropriate form of measure. It must be measured through hertz. So my request is that with that information that is accessible to everyone at the local library or just Google, that we need more time to do the homework, to respect and honor the souls of this community because it affects everyone. Thank you so very much.
Ms. Wheeler, thank you so much. Thank you for moving north. And please, keep the hurricanes in Florida. We'd love them to stay there, okay? Yes. All right, thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next delegation. I think that's delegation G, yes.
Mr. Brian Green, rewards and risk of data centers.
Mr. Green, you have the floor, sir. All right. You have some illustrations. You need some help?
Yes.
He has something he wants to put on the screen. Ms. McFarley. All right, man, I had to make it a little smaller, move it around a little bit. All right, we're gonna wait till you get all set up, Mr. Green. All right, Mr. Green, you know the record. For the record, please state your name and place of residence, please.
Brian Green, 24591. Good Lord have mercy. Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. You have the floor in 5 minutes.
Obviously, I'm here today. I want to make it clear that my presentation is based on Project Eisenhower, not future data centers. So strictly, if anybody would like to indulge me, I'm talking about this one right here. And for the audience, as you can see on the illustration, I hope, you can save your applause for the R word, by the way. But just a few things. If you see my illustration, you see benefits, drawbacks, and other concerns. Just so y'all know what you're looking at down here. Obviously, everybody knows what that sign in the middle is. It's dollar signs. The little specks, in case you're wondering, they represent PM, something called particulate matter. We'll come back on that later. That's pollutants in the air, by the way, presently. At the bottom, we see the little bowls illustrated. That's, you see QTS, Georgia Power, and I ran out of ink to write the Richmond County government in there. Those are pots that, gonna catch these dollars falling. People say they can make it rain, so, we're gonna talk about, where the rain comes from. At the bottom, we see 6 buildings that are part of the center, the data center. I'm learning these terms and all. And they're pretty sizable. Supposedly, you're talking over 2 million square foot. You're talking about a structure the size of supposedly 2 Augusta malls. That's pretty sizable. How you like driving by that every day to go home? Now, I just want to set the record straight. I wouldn't want to live within 50 miles of this. So I'm already too close. I got to, seek consultation and all that. I'm already too close for this idea right here. But let me go on. Mr. Mayor, I can't see the clock, by the way, because of my thing.
We're in 2 minutes, 16 seconds and counting.
Thanks. Okay, on the benefits, we see jobs. Not everybody can work. I worked in nuclear power plants and had no intention of working long-term when I found out about some of the dangers, the unseen dangers. But high-paying jobs and all that is gonna be, that's a positive. Tax revenues. I think the tax revenue is the hitch right here because I'm seeing the speed of these things getting approved all over the country like that. So what's the selling point? Because it's not benefiting the community. Must be these green things you see falling right here. Other thing, world-class AI service. I don't consider this cutting-edge technology. I consider this drudging to get there. You may get cutting-edge technology as far as reporting. I'm no expert on that, but this is not cutting edge because you're draining water, electricity, and all the other things that come with this. So anyway, I think the benefits kind of speak for themselves, but I want to be fair in this process. Next thing is drawbacks, as you can see. Necessity. This project necessitates heavy usage of water utilities. You've heard that already. You're going to hear more today. It necessitates that. So that's a major drawback for me right there as far as a selling point is concerned. Another thing is this, lucrative tax brace. You see Georgia Power up there in the corner because they market for these places. But Georgia Power right now is in Coweta and Fayette County trying a eminent domain because they want to cut a 30-mile stretch and lay out the whole 30-mile stretch of data centers. So Georgia Power is getting theirs, but like I said, they're making it rain. You see those pots.
1 minute, Mr. Green.
Okay, thanks. Next thing is this. Why am I here today? It's because we have 3 zip codes, 30901, 30904, and 30906, that are considered the most, polluted areas in our town. Why? Traffic flow, heavy traffic flow, and guess what? Industry. So we're looking to take a data center, that's the reason I email you, and thanks for getting back to me, that we're taking a data center and putting it into a already polluted environment. So I close by saying this, and I entertain any questions I have. When, forget future moratoriums, did QTS clearly state, when we build this thing right here, this one, the Eisenhower project, did they put their name behind the minimized effect to the environment? Have they assured that? A lot of things sounds good, Mr. Mayor, but I just wonder that they put their name behind the effects this could have on our local environment.
Thank you, Mr. Green. There's no colleagues in the queue for any discussion. We appreciate you being here today, and thank you for your presentation. Madam Clerk.
Next delegation, H, Ms. Courtney Harris, Data Center Ordinance.
Ms. Harris, thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate your patience. For the record, can you please state your name and place of residence, please?
I am Courtney Harris. I live in the Broadway Apartments, 30901 District 1.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor and 5 minutes.
Thank you. While I appreciate the move to vote whether to extend the data center moratorium today, I do question why the development of data centers here was a discussion rather than a hard no. Beyond the fact that most public sentiment has been against the development of data centers in and near our communities, whether the climate crisis is well understood by you or outright denied, we are currently having this discussion in what is the hottest summer on record, when community members are already questioning why their water bills are skyrocketing into the hundreds for small families of 3, when most of us are still suffering under extreme energy bills. And there are already documented accounts of how detrimental data centers have been to communities in Tennessee and Wyoming and Texas, and even here in our state of Georgia. If the research on the incoming centers that has or will be received is overwhelmingly positive, would that not be grounds to question your sources? We often take on human exceptionalism in these discussions without considering other losses of life and habitat. We believe that we are gods of this world, and therefore our decisions, though harmful to others, can never reach the level of threat to us. We forget that we too are a part of an ecosystem, both locally and globally. When the water runs out for wildlife, it will also run out for us. When the noise levels, pollutions, and food losses disturb the birds, land, and water animals, confuse their migrations, and kill their offspring, it will eventually do the same to us. I worry over the world we are giving my child and all of our children as an inheritance. Augusta already has many vulnerable populations and communities, some of which have historically suffered from corporate abuses of power with limited to no accountability. Our air quality is, on its worst days, is some of the worst in the nation. We have high rates of immunocompromised individuals here in often poor communities. Many families live in food deserts, which can exacerbate these illnesses. Bringing data centers here may offer some jobs for the short term, but they will also dry this land out, adding to the strain already experienced here. I am angered that many of these deals have happened behind closed doors, without public input, yes, at a time when data centers and AI itself was not well known or understood. But now that those catastrophic effects are known, there should be no excuses of short-term profits for some to move forward in their development here. I question the need to deny rights to many over the gains for some, when all will suffer the same fate. I cannot speak for the prior shady decisions by those in high levels of government here to set the ball rolling on a development that the community has not asked for, but I can ask for it to halt its movement. And to my community, I say, if we are angry, it is righteous. We should be demanding that if the commission decides to ignore our pleas to extend the moratorium or cease development and moves forward against the majority wishes, then along with environmental protections, noise restrictions, and energy and water restrictions, community benefits should include that the data center owners should have to pay 100% of county property taxes each year, as well as give citizens an annual dividend check. They should also pay for all infrastructure upgrades, such as fixing our roads, providing funding to revamp our public transportation systems to include more buses, and city investments in the transit application to map out bus routes and times, and repair dilapidated buildings towards more housing opportunities for citizens here. They should also buy out the homes at the top cost for every citizen who opts in from a neighborhood that will be directly affected by these centers. There needs to be no exception to the closed loop system. Any potential access for these sites to skate under restrictions needs to be prohibited.
1 minute, Ms. Harris.
Thank you. If the data center developers are unwilling to agree to every point, then they cannot make a home here in a place that all of us already call home. And then, if any of these employees on our behalf who voted against these major needs of the public must be removed from their seats and made an example of how to think of a future where profits are not prioritized over the quality of life and well-being for all under their jurisdiction. I encourage you all to extend the moratorium. Study, please, study closely the effects of these centers on our vulnerable communities and our environments. Then cease these talks of proliferation and make Richmond County an example in Georgia that we do not need data centers here to be great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please. Item
I.
Item I, that's right.
Ms. Octavia H. Collins, Data Center Ordinance.
All right. Ms. Collins, for the record, please state your name and
My name,
go ahead, please.
my name is Octavia Holloway Collins, and I am a resident of Richmond County. Forgive my voice, it's been a long day, and y'all didn't give me anything to drink. Thank you.
Would
I'll
you like
get
a bottle of water?
Please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyway,
All right, ma'am. We're going to wait for you to get the bottle of water first.
thank you so
Before-
much. See, we have a
before-
very kind commission here.
That's right. All right.
I am, thank you so much. It's okay, I'll open it.
All right.
Thank y'all so much. See, I sound better already.
Already, you have the floor in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. My Almighty says, take care of my people. When it comes to data centers, we cannot afford to get this wrong. What is considered acceptable for some may not be for others. It requires making difficult decisions. People first, not profit. It can't be about financial gain. It must be about how it impacts our communities as a whole. Putting data centers in heavy industrial zones or zones does not alleviate the water, electricity, and environmental impact concerns that our citizens have, which also includes Standard Technology Center, North Lighting, etc. The Augusta Commission passed a temporary moratorium to freeze new data center applications while zoning rules were being developed. The temporary moratorium expires, I think, today, but I could be wrong. I know you want to put a county ordinance in place pertaining to data centers soon. However, based on recent planning and committee and community concerns, and with so much to consider, I would hope you extend the moratorium for 60 days until each of you have had time to visit a data center, closely evaluate all the impacts to your communities. As one commissioner stated last week, you are not experts, but policymakers. An expert is an individual with profound, specialized knowledge or skills in a particular domain, gained through extensive training, research, or hand-on practices, which most of you, and as am I, are not experts. And I appreciate the commissioner mentioning that last week. Therefore, you rely on professional staff and subject matter experts to provide the data needed to make informed policies. As you may know, most manufacturing has some type of negative impact on the environment. When negative impacts to our environment, when will it be enough? And it's our own fault, y'all, because we do use all this technology. Yes, we care about our communities. What matters most is not only our overall safety, but the safety of future generations as well. Before making a decision, ensure you understand how does our communities benefit from data centers and at what cost to our health, our environment, and the impacts to our local infrastructure. I trust each of you will do your due diligence to ensure we all don't look back with what if or regrets. I commend you for taking steps to put a data center ordinance in place. However, based on everything I have read, reviewed, and heard, including in planning and commission meetings, there is still work to be done to ensure the right decisions are being made for the right reasons without undue pressure. Being my brother's keeper means you are responsible for the welfare, safety, and care of your fellow human beings. You were elected to do the will of the people. We are stronger when we stand together. Let's be the example of doing what's best for our communities. It is your community as well. If you decide to allow additional data centers into Augusta, Richmond County, please ensure you identify specific measurable guideline mandates, checks and balances to ensure the companies are not in violation of the mandates, and include how many more data centers, if any, will be allowed in Augusta, Richmond County. I'm not sure if you can do that, but take it under consideration. Town hall meetings to promote open dialogue, additional transparency, and community feedback between leaders and the public specific to data centers would be greatly appreciated. Thank y'all so much again.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, you had another 30 seconds, but appreciate you making time for someone else. There you go. Madam Clerk, let's move on to the next item, please.
Delegation J, Ms. Dorothy Smith, Data Center Moratorium.
Ms. Dorothy Smith. Ms. Smith, welcome. Thank you for your patience. For the record, please state your name and place of residence.
My name is Dorothy Smith. I live in Richmond County.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor in 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I agree with everything everybody has said up until this point. I have a few other points to bring up. As per the Brockovich Data Center .com, there are 8,217 community reported data centers in the U.S. right now. As per DC Map US in Georgia, we have 143 that are operational, 10 that are under construction, 88 that are planned or approved, and QTS operates the most of them at 18 facilities, one of which was responsible for the 29 to 30 million, but what's a million gallons between friends, of water that was siphoned from Fayetteville, Georgia. As per 100miles.org, regarding moratoria within the Golden Isles, Camden County has passed a 6 months moratorium. Kingsland, Georgia, has passed a 12 months moratorium. Garden City, which I'm not exactly certain where that is, I used to live in Brunswick, passed a moratorium. The length was not given to that. And then Glenn County has gone against the wishes of the people there. The Island and Mainland Planning Commissions unanimously voted on a 120-day moratorium, but that has been overridden by the governance in Glenn County. As per the Atlantic today at 8:44 a.m., we are in an AI bubble. Everything that I have heard up until this point has stated that when that bubble breaks, it will make the Great Depression look like a cakewalk, because, now this is as per the Atlantic, the value of AI-linked firms has climbed 27 trillion, with a T, dollars in the past 3 years, with not much to show for it. No less authority than Sam Altman, the person who created OpenAI, has also agreed that we are in an AI bubble. The International Monetary Fund is citing the AI bubble as a significant risk to financial stability and warning about what might happen when it bursts. Diminished investments, tighter credit, reduced consumption, and disrupted trade flows. Now, a lot of that is not going to affect me in my day-to-day. Well, it is going to affect me in my day-to-day because it's going to affect the price of everything. So with all of that, the questions that I have that have not been answered, that I have heard, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to attend the meetings because getting here on a random Tuesday at either 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock is not always feasible for me. Quite frankly, I would love to see commission meetings move to the evening so that people who actually work for a living can attend these and have an input. And this is specifically about Eisenhower right now, but this goes forward.
1 minute.
All right? What type of data center is the Eisenhower project? Because there's lots of different ones out there. The surveillance state of it all is not being addressed with this. There's different types of surveillance. This could be data that relates to our spending and our financial standing. As to surveillance pricing, are you familiar with that? Where you and I could be standing in exactly the same store, looking at exactly the same item, but because I have my phone with me, and it can connect to Wi-Fi, and they can mine my data, what I pay for a product is vastly different from what you pay for a product. Now, I'm not talking about going online to kayak.com and getting a plane ticket. I'm talking about being in a physical store looking at a physical product. But because of data mining, I could pay 15 times more than you could, or vice versa.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
I would like to bring something up on that.
Your time.
Because earlier,
ma'am,
when the Black Chamber of Commerce were up here with Ronique West, nothing against them at all, they went over by 1 minute on the presentation because they had a nice little PowerPoint going on. And then they were given an additional 2 minutes because she had 2 other people that were there. Why did she get preferential treatment, yet I'm being cut off at 5 minutes?
It's at 5 minutes because they asked for preferential treatment for upon a personal privilege from the commissioner from the 5th for him to receive an award.
Then I would like for preferential treatment from somebody on the commission right now. Because I have a couple more things that I would like to bring up.
Hearing none. Madam, thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. Have a good day. Madam Clerk.
Delegation L. K. Is it K?
K.
Okay. Minister Siobhan D. Williams, the community's response to data centers.
Minister Williams, you in the house? Come on down. Minister Williams, thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate your patience. For the record, please state your name, your place of residence.
Good afternoon. I am Minister Siobhan Williams. I'm a Richmond County resident in District 4.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm the Executive Director of Partners for Faith and Justice, and we're a nonprofit organization, grassroots organization that works throughout the communities, educating, listening, and talking with community members, advocating for health care, education, and economic justice, and increasing active civic engagement. And during our work, consistently, we have heard throughout our communities, both in the more rural areas and in our more densely populated urban and or suburban areas, concerns about the known and unknown risk of data centers and the lack of transparency in the approval process of the QTS data center in District 3, and the appearance of pushing through the approval process of that data center and this proposed ordinance at such a rapid speed without allowing for true public dialogue nor consideration of what the constituents you have all been elected to represent want and what they really desire for our community. As a retired physician's assistant, and having been born and raised in Augusta, Richmond County, I have seen firsthand the risk to our health due to industrial pollution. This legacy pollution in our communities already raises concerns to our air quality and our water quality. Augusta, Richmond County has a disproportionate rate of adults living with chronic medical conditions with a rate of 49%. About 13% of our adult population lives with a diagnosed chronic pulmonary condition. And about 8.1% of our children have been diagnosed with asthma. And that rate is even higher among non-white children. The air quality rating for Augusta-Richmond County is frequently graded poorly for air pollution by the American Lung Association. And I'm going to tell you, as a resident and a child growing up off 56, I was diagnosed with asthma and still remember having family, children, and grands in the area, the smell that comes in the evening. So there's a concern that data centers will contribute to the poor health quality that already is experienced in Augusta-Richmond County. There's a concern about increases in electrical bills. There's a concern about the increase on the demand of our water system. And there's a concern that in another emergency situation, such as we experienced with Hurricane Helene, that data centers would take priority over people. The community would like the process slowed down and or stopped so the community impacts of data centers can be thoroughly investigated. We need the vote that each commissioner takes today and moving forward regarding data centers to truly represent the voices of the constituents you have been elected to represent. Your vote can't truly represent those constituents, though, if we're not in the community, if you've not asked for the community opinion. The Planning Committee has recommended a 60-day extension of the moratorium. The committee wants you to take this recommended extension or more to consider what's best for our community. The community wants you to take this extension for future data centers, but they want you to pause with all the unapproved permits for QTS and decide what's best for our community. And I've heard that there may be some legal liability. Let's figure out what it is and ask the community if they want that.
1 minute, Minister.
You have a planned field trip. This ain't my morning sermon. You have a planned field trip to a data center on August the 3rd. So anything less than 60 days won't give you a chance to consider what you learned there and listen to the community to get community input to decide how to move forward. Where you're going, of note, have a data center that's caused so much trouble that they've elected no more data centers in Fayette County. And I understand there may be a need for data centers, but Augusta-Richmond County may not be that place. And I want you to vote on this moratorium thinking about the constituents who have put you here and what their needs are.
Thank you so much, Minister. We really appreciate you being here today, Minister Siobhan Williams. Madam Clerk, next delegation item.
L, Ms. Lisa Lovestone Guilford, City Zoning and Data Center.
All right. Ms. Lisa Lovestone Guilford. Is she here? She may be gone. We go. Oh, okay. She's right there. Okay. Somebody whispered and said she was gone. All right. Before you get started, man, we're going to give the clerk an opportunity to hand us this so that we'll have it as you get ready to speak. And while she's doing that, I want to acknowledge our newly hired warding for RCCI. Mr. McMillan, can you stand up for just a minute? Thank you so much for being here, sir. Round of applause. Warden, welcome back home to Augusta, Georgia, sir. Glad to have you. All right, did we get some this way? Everybody have theirs?
Everybody got one?
I'm sorry, I sent my, John, you need to come this way. I sent him this way.
This way.
All right. Yeah, I have one, thank you. All right. Ms. Lovestone Gifford,
Yes.
welcome. For the record, please state your name and residence.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lovestone Gifford, and I live in Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor in 5 minutes, and we have your documents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's nothing special about this document. I just thought you might like to follow along with me. So data centers and water use in Georgia. Georgia, especially around Atlanta and Augusta, is a major hub for data centers. They use millions of gallons of water for cooling. The QTS campus in Fayetteville, was found to use 30 million gallons. Some facilities propose using treated wastewater for cooling instead of drinking water to reduce strain on supplies. Closed-loop systems and blowdown. Many data centers say they use closed-loop cooling to recycle water. However, even closed-loop produce blowdown water that has to be removed because chemicals and sludge build up over time. That blowdown contains corrosion inhibitors, biocides, glycols, metals, and PFAS. Disposal and treatment in Georgia. I'm from Wyoming, so what's going on there is pertinent to me. So Georgia does not use underground injection wells or tanks like in Wyoming. They have tanks and wells that they put the blowback or whatever from, or the blowdown, and they put it in there and they test it, and they found contaminants, and let's see, sorry, I lost my spot. So I'm just going to kind of skip some of that because it feels impertinent at the moment. So some facilities do on-site treatment first to remove solids and metals before discharge. The treated water is then discharged into rivers like the Savannah or Chattahoochee. In Augusta, Richmond County, Columbia County specifics, Augusta utilities operate wastewater plants that serve Augusta, Richmond County, and nearby communities in Columbia County. Through trunk line agreements, the city already discharges about 35 million gallons of treated water into the Savannah River daily and is currently nearing its Clean Water Act discharge limit already. We're halfway through the year. The Georgia data centers are considering using treated wastewater for the proposed QTS data center at Hay Station to save on drinking water. Environmental and community concerns. PFAS, microplastics, and other contaminants are not routinely removed by the current treatment plants. So whatever is already in place, they're not doing that. Residents and groups like Science for Georgia worry about groundwater and well contamination, lower water tables, and impacts to rivers like the Flint and Savannah. There have been complaints in Fayetteville about water pressure drops and in Morgan County about brown water after data center construction has begun. The eminent domain and local control. Georgia's eminent domain law is set at the state level, so counties cannot override it. Utilities take land for power lines needed by data centers. The main way communities can stop impacts is blocking the data center up front through zoning permits and county commission votes.
1 minute.
Once approved, communities have limited control over easements, compensation issues. When land is taken, owners get paid fair market value under Georgia law. Many farmers and homeowners have said that does not cover loss of farmland productivity, reduced property value, or impacts like noise and towers. Georgia does not pay for things like loss of use or future productivity potential. And I just would like to mention that the United States population is 341 million, and we have over 4,000 data centers. China has 1.41 billion people, and they only have 449 data centers. Russia has 144 million and only 251 data centers.
Ms. Lustone Gifford, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your information today. All right, Madam Clerk, a couple more here.
Yes, sir. That takes us to Mr. Richard E. Jones, Data Center.
You got it. Mr. Jones, welcome. Thank you for being here. For the record, please state your name and residence, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, and to the general public. I have a display I need to put on the screen. Excuse me.
Mr. Jones, please, your name and just residence.
Richard E. Jones. I'm a resident of Richmond County, the great city of Augusta.
Great city of Augusta. We're gonna wait. All right.
Well, I say that because the military brought me here, and I brag about it ever since I've been.
And you haven't left.
Oh, no, ain't no. Okay.
All right. When we're ready. All right. I think we're ready, Mr. Jones. I'm starting the clock. You have 5 minutes.
Did you guys get a copy of the report I submitted for you guys, 36 pages, from the International Data Center Authority?
Did you email that?
No, I brought it to the, when I signed up to be on the agenda, I submitted it.
Madam Clerk, I don't see any 36-page report. So, sir, we do not have it.
Oh, my goodness.
So you're just going to have to talk to it for about 5 minutes.
All right.
All right. I'm going to start the clock. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. The International Data Center Authority submitted a report. That is one of two. The other one is, I want the general public and everyone to know that you need to look at the United Nations report on data centers as well, okay? So, be that they didn't, the commissioners and the mayor didn't get my copy. Basically, that's one of the pages on it, and it talks about data centers, as you can see, the information there, okay? And let me see if I can adjust it a little bit.
We got one more to this one, Ms. Jeter.
You can see the problems that data centers causes. And I'm gonna try to, will this show this picture on my phone? It should, okay. That there is a map of the United States and the total amount of data centers active in the United States. If you notice, 219 in the state of Georgia already active, okay? Simply saying, we know we have a data center that's coming up now. The moratorium, I believe, should be extended at least maybe 180 days so that you can, one, work and get the ordinance right, two, to have the town hall meetings so that the general public can continue speak on what they feel about data centers, and three, my personal feeling, we got one in Augusta, no more. No more data centers, okay? The blowback in the country as of this past weekend, the city of Nashville, Mar-a-Lago, Florida, and I'm thinking of the other city. There's another city, they all turned down data centers. Just down the street, Jefferson County the public is speaking out. They don't want a data center in Jefferson County either, okay? So we have, and over the weekend, there were 40 demonstrations in 40 states against data centers in the United States. And you see there where they're all located at. The most is in Virginia, then you got Texas, California, okay? My suggestion to this, to the commission, that you extend again the moratorium so that you can continue work on the ordinance and hear from the public in the arena of data centers. And the International Data Center Authority talks about data centers, the water usage, that first screen you saw, and the use of electricity. I saw two farmers, one in Wisconsin, and one in Texas. Both farmers said their electricity use went up 30%. The effect on the livestock that they have was they just don't know what was going on. And they said it's the data centers that was put on land near their farms. And they had pretty good-sized farms, okay? And that's just rural area. Here we are, we're in the city.
1 minute, sir.
I'm a former chemical operator, and I know what pollution is like going into the Savannah River. Don't put the strain on our water processing plant that is already battling E. coli. Okay? And that's by the Riverkeepers report. And I'm sorry you guys didn't get this report. General Public, International Data Center Authority, and also United Nations report on data centers. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jones?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I must acknowledge our fabulous clerk said that your report is in our agenda book. So thank you so much. It is received. We do have it.
So did you guys review it? Show of hands. Show of hands.
Show of hands. Show of hands.
Did you guys review it? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here, sir.
Y'all said they didn't review it.
Madam Clerk, I think this takes us to our very last delegation item. Ms. Jeter was so gracious to yield her time
Ms.
so that she
Jeter,
can speak to this relevant topic.
are we going to do 8 and?
After we get this, yes, 8 and 30. Yep,
Okay, we're going to do
Ms.
Ms. Jeter.
This last delegation.
Ms. Patricia Jeter, confirm and discuss the creation of a commercial quarter enhancement and storefront improvement program.
Yes, it's slightly different from the data center.
Just
but
name and residence, and we're going to give you your time.
Patricia Jeter and 4102 Elders Drive. I had to think about it.
You're fine. You have the floor, ma'am, and thank you for coming back.
Okay. I'm here today because I wanted to talk about the Title VII ordinance that's already in place. When I go up and down Gordon Highway, it looks terrible. It looks terrible. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and I'm here to ask you to implement stronger enforcement with the Title VII ordinance that's already in place. Title VII establishes standards for building, construction, and property conditions to help maintain safe, attractive communities. When ordinances are not consistently enforced, neglected properties and poorly maintained areas can affect Augusta's appearance.
All right. Wait a second. So, is that part of your presentation? Is that a video we need to see?
What's popping? What's cracking? I'm sleepy, y'all. I'm just gonna be real. But anyway, let me get back.
Okay.
When ordinances are not consistently enforced, neglected properties and poorly maintained areas can affect Augusta's appearance, property values, and economic growth. Effective enforcement helps reduce blight, protect and improve property values, encourage investment in community growth, and maintain community pride. And in regards to data centers, I do think that data centers, as far as the number that are allowed to come into Augusta, should be limited in regards to this ordinance. Priority areas of concern are downtown corridor, Gordon Highway, Southwest Augusta, and South Augusta. So, that being said, I respectfully ask the Commission to consistently enforce the ordinance that's already in place, along with a reasonable inspection schedule, accountability measures that encourage compliance while supporting responsible business ownership. Strong enforcement will help Augusta remain a clean, attractive, and welcome place to live, work, and invest. An ordinance is only as effective as it's enforced, and that's the same for data centers. You can create this ordinance. You can put everything that we're asking you to put in this ordinance, but if it's not properly enforced, Go figure. So I'm going to get to the data centers. Data centers, responsible planning and community impact. As Augusta considers future data center development, my concern is responsible placement and protecting residents, neighborhoods, and natural resources, especially wetlands. That's our ecosystem. That's our clean drinking water. Very important. Location in relation to residential communities, prioritizing appropriate industrial sites for large-scale developments, impacts on noise, infrastructure, energy demands, and quality of life, protection of wetlands and water resources. I appreciate the discussion regarding closed-loop cooling systems. I did speak to one of our honorable commissioners in regards to that. However, the looping system still pulls quite a bit of water. It doesn't use as much water, but it does still use quite a bit of water. However, water usage and environmental impacts should be verified to ensure natural resources are protected. Also, encourage consideration of energy solutions that reduce pressure on existing infrastructure, including renewable energy options such as solar paired with battery storage. Responsible planning allows Augusta to support economic growth while protecting residents and the environment. That being said, I am asking the honorable commissioners and mayor to extend this moratorium to protect the natural resources, residential communities, and its constituents, and our property values as well, and quality of life. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jeter. Madam Clerk, I think that concludes, and we've addressed every single delegation item, especially those that are related to the data center. We're going to move back to our regularly scheduled agenda items. We have companion item number 8 and number 30. If you will, let's read them into the record, please.
Item number 8 is a request for concurrence with the Augusta Planning Commission to postpone any action on a petition to amend the comprehensive zoning ordinance for Augusta, Georgia to establish land use regulation criteria pertaining to data centers. Number 30, commission to discuss and consider amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance of Augusta, Georgia to establish land use regulation criteria pertaining to data centers. Planning and Development is requesting approval of the regulations.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for our planning director.
All right, Director Cameron. Thank you for being close.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Ms. Cameron, approximately, I know we spoke about this earlier today in our meetings, but could you share with me again, how long do you think it will take for the ordinances that you're upgrading? How long will that take us to complete?
So initially, my initial request was to ask for a moratorium until the zoning update was completed. I was directed, of course, to bring before this commission some regulations, and so we did that.
Around how long you think that's going to be until it's completed?
Well, the initial was September. If we get the additional, when we get the additional, it's going to be November, December.
Okay. That's the only question I have for you. You know, we've heard a lot of conversation, and I think we've been involved in a lot of conversation as well. And I'm just personally, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, not at a point to where I'm ready to vote on this at all because there are too many unknowns. You know, you have to ask yourself, does the benefit, whatever that is, does the risk outweigh the benefit? And right now, there's just too much at stake that I don't think that we have a clear understanding of. And also in the ordinance that's been presented, it creates some unintended consequences for telecommunications companies and things of that nature. So, I mean, I think that right now, I mean, I would like to see this moratorium extended until after this revision is done. I could compromise on 60 days. I heard folks say 60 days. I've heard 90 days today, but I think that whatever
makes sense, number one, for the people of our community, and then also what makes sense for the staff who's going to have to go and draft this ordinance is what we should be working on. I just think that we should, as I said earlier today in conversation, we need to make sure that we are getting this right the first time, because there's no second chance where this is concerned. There's too much riding on it. So I would suggest that we allow the planning department to complete their review of the ordinances before we make a move on these data centers. But of course, I know there's other conversation, and we'll get there. So I would hold that motion until I hear from other colleagues. But I mean, I really want to just pause and say thank you to everyone who made your voices heard. I think that I know for a fact that all 11 of us heard you. So here's an opportunity for us to have dialogue and figure out how to move forward best. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. From the first chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director, if you would be kind enough, Denise Traynor had mentioned a town that had a very good ordinance in place. If you could ask her what was, I could not capture the name of the town or the municipality.
Yes.
Let's look at that ordinance, as well as Dr. Galanese on the what she had brought up was the Georgia Tech hub.
Okay.
And what a lot of the people that came before us, the residents that came before us, doesn't understand. We hear you loud and clear. We went through today's the last day of the 49-day ordinance. Moratorium, I'm sorry. But fortunately, our director already had experience, so she was able to come into this issue with experience. And that was the reason why we was able to get ahead faster than most cities to put an ordinance together. And I applaud her for that. I know that listening to some of the directors, the ordinance might be too big. Where we got Columbia County that has a 3-page ordinance, McDuffie has an 8-page. But we got to be careful moving forward. And, listening to everybody from the 2-step revision to the public meetings to the hertz and frequency the young lady was speaking about, as well as Project Eisenhower. We can't touch Project Eisenhower. I've already asked that question, I believe, a couple of times on this floor. That ship's already sailed. But what we can do is make sure that we do everything right moving forward. And so my motion, I'm hearing, different timelines. We need to put a moratorium. The most I heard is 60 days. So I'd like to put a motion in to extend this moratorium, because it expires today, until the September 15th, which is 56 days. Second. And I believe that if we look at what was brought before us, as well as Ms. Nisi had gave us, and I told her to give you a copy of it, let's look at that as well, because she does bring valuable information to the table, and let's go from there. I do appreciate the colleagues that's remained here today, listening to everybody's concerns and issues, and we all live here in Augusta, and we want to see it prosper and progress forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, I have a motion from the Mayor Pro Tem with a proper second by Commissioner Brandon Garrett to extend the moratorium for 60 days. There's a motion and a proper second. There's other colleagues in the queue, and we're going to get to them. Chair recognizes Commissioner Stacy Pulliam from the second.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. First of all, I want to thank everyone that came up today to present on the data centers, and not just for today, but your diligence in consistently coming before us, making sure that we hear you. I was honored to be able to go to the NACO conference these past few days, and there were quite a few data center discussions. And some of those individuals that stood out the most was the Honorable Jessica Fitzwater, from Frederick County, Maryland, as well as Vice Chair Mike Turner from Loudoun County, Virginia, who wrote a white page that I'll actually be sharing. But one of the things that they both had in common in their presentations was that community, community, community. In fact, they said it 3 times. And for those of you that know me, 3 is my number. So they said that that was key, making sure that you hear from your community. But another thing that really stood out was them speaking about looking at those that have gone before you and learning from their mistakes. They also said that every community is different. So when you're looking at a rural county, that's one thing versus counties that look like ours. And most of this was not new information, but I want you to know that we hear you. I personally would like to say 60 days with the ability to amend that, and I know that we can do that in the event we get past that 60 days and we're still not ready. A lot of counties, as I just walked around and was talking to everyone, went from 60 days to 9 months and on from there because their water, as well as the grid, making sure that those 2 things could support their communities was extremely important. And again, just listening to, and I recorded some of the sessions and took great notes as always, but listening to that and seeing what their counties had to go through. And then myself, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Johnson also spoke to several people from Georgia. And you all mentioned a lot of those counties, from Fayette County to just Troup County, DeKalb County. We had long discussions with those individuals. So it's just learning those things and knowing that although I want to believe that every company that comes to Augusta, Georgia has the absolute best intentions, we also need to see what other communities have experienced. That way we're not just leaning on the company that's coming. So those are my comments. I do support the 60-day moratorium with the ability to be able to amend it past 60 days to make sure that Augusta continues to be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Commissioner Lonnie Wembley from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to say to my colleague from the 2nd, if you just got a round of applause, but I think when I finish, I'm going to get a standing ovation. There's nothing in the works that says that we got to be prepared for data centers at any given point in time. So there's plenty of time and plenty of opportunity for us to just sit back, relax, and get it right. Yeah. So I'm going to make a substitute motion. You didn't do a substitute, you just made a recommendation. I'm going to make a substitute motion that we extend the opportunity for planning to get the ordinance correct, or at least presentable, and that we also at the same time extend the data center moratorium for not less than 90 days.
All right. Is there a second to that substitute motion?
Second.
There's a second from the commissioner. Madam Clerk, would you get that? The motion is for the ordinance to be corrected, make sure that the planning department gets it correct, and with the moratorium to be not less than 90 days. Okay? That was Mr. Commissioner Wembley motion, seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All right, got a few other colleagues in the queue. Commissioner Don Clark.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you, I appreciate it. Community members, this is what engagement looks like. When folks are getting more and more informed about something such as this, I think some of you all have gotten your honorary doctorate degrees in data centers up to this point and are flexing them on a consistent basis when you come up. I'll tell you this, it's a lot to be learned and discovered with these processes. Again, like Commissioner Pulliam said, this was a national conference of county officials that we just attended, and everyone throughout the country is dealing with the same issue. So this is not an Augusta, Georgia only issue. It's a nationwide issue that everyone's contending with, and everyone's trying to come up with solutions of how to better protect their communities. I do want to make sure this is stated for the record. This body of leaders is not stating one way or the other what we're proponents of, outside of creating protections for the community, creating regulatory guidance that we can determine what fits and what doesn't fit for this community. The staff has been working very hard on trying to make sure that they cover all the bases to present something to us, but also to the community. So if we're going to extend this moratorium out, I've heard 60, I've heard 90. If we're going to do it, then, and I know Commissioner Scott in the past and Commissioner Pulliam had brought this up, we've had to date, I think, 3 public sessions about this. And, well, you can say how you want to say it, but at the end of the day, we've had, I think, 3 to date that the company itself has hosted 2, the city hosted 1, and they weren't as well attended, but we'll put these out again. If we're going to extend it, I'd like to see if my colleague from the 10th who made his original motion, if we're going to extend it for the 60, add in Commissioner Pulliam and Commissioner Scott, of course, with our support, working to lead a town hall so that we can get more feedback and the community can feel as if they're a part of the process as the staff is firming up their plan. The last thing about it as well, one thing that NACO provided us is a repository of ordinances, white papers, lessons learned, and otherwise. I'll make sure that the staff has that so that we're not just operating, in a vacuum. Ms. Cameron, again, you brought valid experience, so we're happy to leverage that. But let's open this up as far as we can to make sure that we get this right. I'll say this also, and I'll conclude from here. These things don't belong next to the residential areas. I 1,000 a point agree with that. I wasn't here in 2022. I didn't approve it, so sorry. I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? All right, but I do think that we do need to try to protect the residential areas. We do need to try to ensure that whatever we're going to do and how we're going to try to do for this particular situation, that we put in as many protections as we can. Ms. Cameron has addressed a lot of those in the ordinance that she has. So Commissioner Guilfoyle, if you want to add that to yours, I know there's a substitute that's on the table, so we got to wait for that one. So we can't add anything to it, so never mind.
Right, would you please say it, Stuart?
Yeah, I was just talking about doing a couple community sessions, town halls, so that the community can continue to get informed as we're shaping up and improving this.
And who's heading it up?
My suggestion was, because Commissioner Scott was the last one to bring this up, if she wants to lead it, and then we support her wholeheartedly. It's only been 4 of us, I think, to date, including the mayor, was 5, that have attended all of the ones to date. But I think we need to get as many of us there as possible. It shows a good faith, it shows intentionality, but more importantly, we're just as engaged in living in this and thriving in this community as anyone else.
That'll work. Madam Clerk.
Madam, this is not the delegation portion of this meeting. You're out of order. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Do you yield? I do. All right. Commissioner Clark yields. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Ms. Bono, we are on the substitute motion, right? So on the substitute motion, I want to make sure that we have 3 public meetings. 3 public meetings, and I know when we change ordinance and we have to do the 3.
Commissioner from the 9th, can we get the commissioner from the 4th to amend this substitute if that's the case?
Absolutely.
Commissioner from the 4th, are you okay with amending your motion as requested by Commissioner from the 9th to have 3 public meetings?
I am.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Scott, you good? All right. Madam Clerk, there are no other colleagues in the queue. We're going to address the substitute motion first. That's been made by Commissioner Wembley and seconded by Commissioner Jordan to make sure that we get the ordinance correct through the planning department and extend the moratorium for not less than 90 days. So, see no colleagues in the queue for discussion. We're voting on the substitute motion. All right, guys, we're voting. We're voting on the substitute motion.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Wembley. 90 days.
What's the substitute motion again?
To extend the opportunity for planning and development to get the ordinance correct, to extend the moratorium, the data center ordinance for not less than 90 days, and 3 public meetings. To include.
Need a vote. Maker of the motion. Already voted.
That motion fails. Okay. With Mr. Jordan Johnson voting yes, Ms. Stacy Pulliam, Mr. Lonnie Wembley, Mr. Tony Lewis, and Ms. Francine Scott. Voting no, let me just do that, Mr. Mayor. Voting no, Mr. Don Clark, Ms. Tina Slindeck, Mr. Brandon Garrett, Mr. Wayne Guilfoyle, and Mayor Johnson.
Point of clarity, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I want to just ask a quick question just for understanding. The maker of this motion said that he wanted to extend the moratorium to be no less than 90 days. And I believe the other motion was 60 days with the option to extend. Isn't that saying the same thing? So let's
let the maker of the motion clarify, if you don't mind.
Okay.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't remember saying with the option to extend in my motion, did I?
That's what Commissioner Pulliam asked you to amend to, and you agreed to it.
I didn't hear that. I apologize.
Okay.
My motion was clearly to extend this moratorium until September 15th, and that'll give us 56 days. And the whole thing that we got to realize is when we put an ordinance together, it could be amended at any given time. You know, it's just not once you vote on it, it's a done deal. It could be modified, and that's the great thing about an ordinance. And we could change policy at any given moment. That was the whole thing, Commissioner. But I apologize, I did not hear Ms. Pulliam say that.
All right, colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the
colleagues, order, please. Colleagues, order, please. Commissioner Johnson, you still have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask the maker of the motion to just amend this motion to 90 days? I mean, 60 days. It's 4 additional days to his original motion.
Give me a second.
Can I respond to the Commissioner?
Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Commissioner Johnson, last week I was actually pushing forward for the August 18th meeting, which would give us 45, 47 days, I believe it was. No, it was less than that, and for the August 18th, but I couldn't garner support for that, and everybody was basically saying 60 days. And so with the September 15th, that's 56 days. That's 4 days short, and that falls on a commission meeting. And so it'll be the same thing as long weekend. But again, ordinance can be modified, it can be changed. It actually gives us over a month and a half after we visit the QTS Center. I think you said earlier on your statement that you could support either one, a 90 or a 60. I think that's pretty close to it, and I would appreciate if you would support this, because if this vote fails, we unprotected here in the city.
I agree, and 60 days is not 56 days. The reality is there's not support for a 56-day moratorium, but there's support for a 60-day.
Okay.
So I'm asking that we meet at a compromise over 4 days so that we can get this vote passed so everyone can go have dinner. So could you amend your motion to allow for 60 days?
Mayor Pro Tem, are you willing to amend your motion, or are you willing?
That's to keep us protected.
Or are you going to keep your original motion?
It's September 18th is the meeting date, commission date. That's it. If it fails, it fails. We'd be unprotected, and people could come in and put it in a data center.
Commissioner from the first, the Mayor Pro Tem is rejecting to amend his motion. So his original motion stands.
Point of clarity. Point of clarity.
State your point, Commissioner.
Can we get the attorney to give clarification? This meeting for the ordinance to approve it, does it have to be during a committee or does it have to be during a commission meeting?
It'd have to be through a commission meeting.
Go ahead and say it.
You need to pull your mic. You might pull your mic.
Or be through a full commission, regular called meeting or a special called meeting.
All right, thanks.
May I ask a point of clarity to the attorney as well, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Matton, is it also true that we don't have to absolutely approve this ordinance at that meeting? If the ordinance was extended, if the moratorium was extended to 60 days, which would put us outside of that commission meeting date, is it also true that we could approve that ordinance at the following commission meeting with no issue?
That is true, but if you set a 60-day moratorium, that moratorium would expire on that 60th day.
Okay, and that would mean that somebody could apply the 61st day, which still leaves it in the commission's hand whether to approve it or deny it, correct? So there's still protection there if the moratorium were to expire, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So this ordinance doesn't stop people from applying. The moratorium stops them from applying while we create an ordinance. But if if the moratorium expires, people can apply, but the commission can still deny if that's our will.
Correct, but if their application meets all of our current requirements and zoning requirements, it would open the county up to possible litigation if it were denied.
Well, that's the same situation we have right now with QTS, and it seems like that's usually what we get thrown is a lawsuit. But what I want to just make sure that I'm clear on is that this September date is not ironclad. We can vote on an ordinance the following meeting or a special call that next Tuesday, correct?
Yes, the commission could do that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Johnson from the first. Chair recognizes Commissioner Stacy Pulling from the second.
Okay, I have a question. May I can direct it to Attorney Madden.
Yes.
If I may, I would like to honestly direct it to Ms. Bonner, if I may.
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Thank you. I remember there was a time when I was applying, and I just want this to be clear even for the public, when I was applying for GIC, Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, and we were not in a commission meeting. In fact, I had gotten word while I was in Austin that it may not go through, and so I had to gather my votes or gather support for that. And you were able to send out an email because something had to be signed, and I was able to gain consensus through that email. In this situation, would we not be able to do the same thing since we're not meeting on a commission day?
Well, while we gained consensus, it had to be approved at the next regular official meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
So for all intents and purposes, it was not a valid vote. It was just that you all agreed to wait, and that would be your vote, and that you would ratify it at your next regular meeting.
But if we had a special call meeting in the midst of that, we could then approve it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Chair recognizes Commissioners Lonnie Wimberly and the fourth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still a little concerned. We seem to be trying to rush a document and rush a study. I've listened to the news. I've heard of those counties that put moratorium on data centers, but I never heard an argument in that about we might get sued. They don't talk about that. They talk about what they don't want.
Calm them down.
They talk about what they don't want. They talk about what they want. They want still a pristine-looking community that they have. They want the cow pastures and all that. Good. That's what they want. But they're saying if we put this moratorium on, we're going to get sued. So what we're trying, the only thing I think that we're trying to do, and I hope that is the consensus, and we're just trying to get this right. And I don't see what out there that binds us to a 60-day window. There's nothing that binds us to a 60-day window, but that is a requirement for us to get it right for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Mr. Mayor, let me see if I can modify my motion. You ready, Madam Clerk? Let's extend this moratorium for 60 days. Let's include 3 public meetings, Warren Road, Diamond Lakes, and where was the other one?
Brigham.
At the Brigham Center. And that'll be held, handled by our staff.
All right. Madam Clerk, the maker of the motion has amended it.
I'm sorry? I couldn't hear you.
The 2 tours.
What?
Tours. Make sure they're tracking that.
What?
I don't think that needs to be a part of the motion. All right, Madam Clerk, Mayor Pro Tem has amended his motion.
For 60 days.
For
and
60
3
days.
public hearings.
And three hearings.
Henry Brigham, Diamond Lakes, and Warren Road, right? Diamond Lakes.
Commissioner Garrett, you're the original seconder of that motion. Is he still here?
I'll second it.
I was going to say I'll second.
I heard second from, you yield to the commissioner from the second. Do you second, ma'am? And it's seconded by Commissioner Stacy Pulliam, Madam Clerk. All right, Commissioner Francine Scott, you were in the queue, but she's out of the queue. All right, Madam Clerk, we have an amended motion for 60-day extension of the moratorium to include 3 public hearings with a proper second. We're prepared to vote. There's no colleagues in the queue.
That motion is unanimous.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Further business before this body?
No, sir.
Seeing or hearing none, this session's hereby adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all for being here. Have a great day.